safe housing for those that need it most. Millions of dollars in lost revenue from wealthy nonprofits every year force us to have to make these impossible choices. It also forces people to have to leave the city they call home. We need more resources to tackle big and complex problems like affordable housing and homelessness, and invest in what the mayor calls inclusive or equitable growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have written comments, feel free to share those with our staff. Ms. Corbett? Ms. Corbett? Ms. Corbett?
Do you have any questions for her?
Ms. Corbett? We want her to hear. Ms. Corbett? If you have a written copy of your statement, it'd be great if you could give it to our staff.
Okay.
If you have two, then I'm sure the reporter would love one as well. Sometimes people don't have written things to give to our staff, and that's fine as well. But if you do, it helps with the process to provide a copy to our staff. This gentleman here sitting is Don Hayden, our fiscal analyst. He's our staff person. And so that's where you would give it after you're done. Thank you, Ms. Corbett. Name and address for the record, please.
Did anyone want to ask her any questions? Okay, good. Dolores Colon, 34 Salem Street. Here I am. Okay. Well, let me give you a precursor. I was at the mayor's budget meeting yesterday, and it was an eye-opener because I was hoping that the voluntary donation of Yale University over the next 6 years would be enough to have us give more to the schools and fix more infrastructure and everything, and that was an eye-opener. It's not the case with pension demands and salary increases, which are righteous because we have good, hard workers in our police, our safety, public safety committees, and the teachers are doing an outstanding job considering the resources that they have. So it was an eye-opener. So here's my statement for tonight. My name is Dolores Colon. I already told you where I live. I've been living in the Hill for a long time, and I hear from many families and individuals that they are worried about how they will afford to stay in New Haven. Because New Haven has over 50% of its properties that are non-taxable, I, as a homeowner, also worry about these things because whatever they don't pay, it means that homeowners like myself have to bring up the deficit in our property taxes to make the services of the city available. So that's concerning. Our city has one of the tightest rental markets in the country, and there are too many people leaving because they just can't afford the rising rents on their salaries, or they want to buy a house and simply can't afford to buy a house in New Haven. I'm really proud of the work so many elected officials and New Haven residents put into win a historic increase in Yale's voluntary contribution to our city in 2022 of $56 million over 6 years. But it's hard to ignore in this budget hearing that even with this increased contribution, New Haven is still facing tough choices about how to fund schools and city services, or how to tackle the issues of affordable housing. It's hard to ignore the fact that the city, we are home to one of the wealthiest universities in the world, but we will never see millions of dollars in revenue lost to tax-exempt properties. Working families in New Haven shouldn't be subsidizing a multi-billion-dollar institution. My neighbors shouldn't be worried about getting evicted or priced out of their neighborhood due to gentrification because of Yale's growing footprint. I know the mayor and the alders are thinking about how to address affordable housing in this budget and how hard that is to do, as I served many years on the board. But we need to continue to put pressure on our city's largest institutions like Yale if we want to break the cycle of revenue shortages New Haven has faced for far too long. They certainly can afford it.
Thank you very much. Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, if you would give that to Dawn. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Former Alder Cologne, thank you for your service. So next on the list is Carrie Wilson. And if you would like to testify, you may. Okay, you don't want to. Thank you so much. Stephanie Fitzgerald will be next, followed by Roxanne Condon. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for listening to the public. I'm Stephanie Fitzgerald. I live at 433 Edgewood Avenue. I've lived for more than 40 years, one block from Edgewood Park, and I'm almost a daily user of the park. I'm part of the Friends of Edgewood Green Team, a 10-year-old group of 8 to 18 volunteers. We work in the park every week, and we pick up trash, plant and care for trees, work with URI, improve trails, remove invasive plants, and more. I'm also a member of the Loose Coalition of Parks Friends groups. So I remember when parks were more fully funded than they are today. I remember the time we had 7 rangers leading nature programs. They were stationed throughout the city. I'm told that we used to have more than 100 parks maintenance workers, and I think now there are 50 or so parks workers. So in 2021, New Haven was compared with 100 other cities, and we got a park score for various things, but particularly about investment, how we invest in our parks. And we got a score of 60%, meaning that 40% of the cities had much better investments, higher investment per capita in our parks. So I think we need to invest more in our parks so that they can be well maintained and we can all be proud of them. So I'm encouraged that this year's budget, not 24-25, but this year's budget increased the numbers of parks workers, but we still have a long way to go. I fully support remaking the Parks Department into its own standalone department with its own director who is knowledgeable about workforce accountability, management of natural areas, and better programming and sports for youth. We need more staff to improve maintenance of the parks, both the mowed areas and the natural areas and playing fields. And, okay, thank you. And more staff to allow for improved training and supervision of maintenance workers. We need a comprehensive plan for parks, not crisis management as it often is right now. We need improved communication between residents and the park department. Dividing the department into geographic areas with district managers should help with that. And lastly, I support having the rangers and their supervisors work out of the Parks Department to increase nature programming for children and adults. So I implore you to fund parks as generously as you are able. Thank you.
Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Condon is next, and after that, Hope Vaughn will be after Ms. Condon. Name and address for the record.
Okay. Roxanne Condon, and it's 139 Winchester Avenue. And I am lucky to be in great company like Stephanie and Colleen and all the other people involved in parks. I've been near Scalaberry Park within a block of Scalaberry Park for 35 years. And for the last 20 years, I've been working heavily with the Parks Department. And the thing that concerns me the most is it has changed so much. We work very hard. I don't know if you know, but we were able to close Canal Street. We were able to get the property at St. Martin de Port so that the park was extended. We were also able to get the splash pad, which is a big thing for the kids. They're on there all summer. And that was all working with all the departments here, working with Yale, working with Urban Resources Initiative, working with the Alder. Our Alder, Greg Moorhead, was wonderful throughout the process. And my concern is I've been working with the Parks Department for over 20 years, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And that's very sad to see, given that, we worked very hard together and got a lot done. And I'm really getting concerned about what's not happening now. And I would really like to support the mayor's budget. We really need it. And we really need a separate standalone Parks Department. The deterioration I saw really shifted when we had a standalone Parks Department. You knew who to call. People had ownership of the parks they were working in. And then when they split that up and put them under another department, it was very hard to find any ownership of a park or any information about a park. And so the split really hurt the Parks Department. So I really appreciate the approach that it's possible that we can get the Parks Department to be a standalone department again. I think it makes a huge difference. You know, when you're sitting at the table to make decisions, as we all know, especially us women. Yeah, especially us women. If you're not at the table, you are going to lose out. Women have known that for hundreds of years, and so have a lot of other groups. And when the Parks Department was not a standalone department, it was not at the table, and you could really tell the difference. So I appreciate the idea that we will be going back to a standalone Parks Department, and it'd be great if we could get a director knowledgeable and skillful in workforce accountability, natural areas management, and more programming for our youth and sports for our youth. Our youth really need it. It'd be really helpful this summer. I know the recreation department really works hard. All the people that I work with, by the way, in the Parks Department have worked very hard. I worked originally with Bob Levine. He was a great character. I made him look at my whole presentation about Scantlebury Park. Ty, thank you.
Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Hope Vaughn, followed by Colleen
Dunning-Murphy.
Dunning-Murphy. Give me that.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Hope Bowen, 1279 Quinnipiac Avenue, New Haven. So, I'm just gonna read straight from my mouth
Please
here.
do.
Okay, so my name is Hope Vaughn. I'm a resident at 1279 Quinnipiac Avenue, New Haven. I'm also the chapter president of the Q Avenue Tenants Union. We formed that last year. I'm just here to testify to support the mayor's proposal to add 7 new staff positions to LCI. Can you hear me?
Speak a little bit closer.
The tenants of the city need a housing code enforcement system that is responsive, accountable, and accessible. Increasing the number of LCI inspectors would help alleviate some of the lag time with getting back to people after inspections. And not just getting back to people with results of the findings, but also setting up appointments with a reasonable time frame. There have been times when I needed LCI to come out for serious situations that I was told we don't have enough available staff to come out, or I had to wait for weeks because of the lack of personnel. This was in response to a mold infestation so severe that mushrooms was literally growing out of my bathroom walls. I have pictures. I had a child, I used to have a child, in the house at that time that was young, and I was very concerned about the health of myself and my daughter. But LCI did not have the staff available to send someone in a timely manner. The mold situation in my apartment started July of 2021. After I contacted LCI, it took over 2 weeks. Excuse me? It took over 2 weeks, I'm sorry, thank you, for them to get someone out. Well, when someone did come out, they told the landlord they had 21 days to remedy the situation. After that, the landlord merely put a Band-Aid over it. So I had to call LCI for another inspection, where they cited the landlords for violations again, and they gave them another 21 days to fix it. During these months, my daughter and I were showering in Planet Fitness because we couldn't enter the bathroom because of the mold. We wanted to avoid spending time in the bathroom as much as possible. So we even chose to use buckets for urination. We only used the bathroom if we had to for things that we couldn't use a bucket for. Ultimately, in October that year, LCI told me that I had to I'm tied out.
If you could just wrap it up.
Okay. So anyways, this was a horrible situation. It left me homeless, because they told me I had to move out October 31st. So I did move out, but they never gave me any avenue what to do. They never made the landlord responsible for my transition. I had nowhere to go. Only thing I had on my side, I had a decent job at Yale, but my daughter went up to UConn, so she was in dormitory, and I was living on couches, spent money racking up points at the hotel. And no one helped me with additional anything. And it brings me tears, makes me choke up just thinking about it. But I just feel like if there was adequate help, adequate staff where they could have helped me, just,
Would have been different.
it would have been different.
Yeah.
And I just hope that you guys really take an account of some of these things, because I know I can't be the only one. And I hope you take it into account and really, consider the mayor's proposal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from colleagues?
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes. As our next person comes forward, let me recognize our colleague, Alder Morrison, who has joined us.
Good evening. I'm Colleen Murphy-Dunning, Director of the New Haven Urban Resources Initiative at 195 Prospect Street. And I'm here to share that in the past 30 years, working directly with park friends groups and volunteers and the Parks Department, we have witnessed in that 3 decades a decline in support for the Parks Department and for the staffing, which has declined the care of our park system, which is so critical for the quality of life of all New Haven residents. In October, we were honored to be asked to run an input process to get public ideas about their priorities and concerns for the park system. We met through 7 meetings, we met with athletic groups, with park staff, with park commissioners, with park volunteers, and we had a survey that we had over 350 responses where people identified their concerns that you've heard some of tonight, including an increase in litter, problems with maintenance of natural areas and trails and athletic fields, problems with lack of communication and transparency and equity and accountability. I urge you to really think carefully about supporting this budget that's proposed by the mayor so that we can address those problems. And I believe strongly that with stronger investment, it will improve the quality of life for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next will be Melody Gallagher, followed by Maria Berman. Ms. Gallagher, please take a seat and give us your name and address for the record.
Don't have my reading glasses. Good evening. My name is Melody Gallagher. I'm a resident of Ward 25, 32 Barnett Street, apartment D21. I'm also a Wilbur-Cross visual arts teacher with over 17 years in the district. And a New Haven Federation of Teachers executive board member and delegate, and I was on the last negotiation committee for the union. Before I begin, I want to thank those of you that were able to make it to the NHFT Union Hall for our meet and greet with alders. I only hope that that can serve as the beginning to creating a stronger community between all of us for the future. I want to start my testimony by saying some things I've already said in these aldermanic chambers before. I absolutely love teaching and living in New Haven, and I want nothing more than for our students to benefit from the best and the brightest. In my opinion, there's no reason why New Haven can't be the most desirable district in Connecticut to teach in or work in or to send your children to. And whereas I hope to one day be able to afford a home in my own city, and whereas my rent just went up again, I don't want mill rates to rise, fully funding our schools is paramount for the future of New Haven. As an art teacher, I've worked in rooms over the years where it has rained in the room in 7 places. I was able to share that with some alders at our union. And it wasn't raining outside when it rained in my room at 7 places. I've been lucky in most of my 17 years to receive stable funding for my discipline, which is composed mainly of consumable learning supplies that needs to be replenished annually. However, while my classroom funding may has remained fairly stable, the catalog prices have raised, shrinking my ability to supply students with all that they deserve. I state both of these as examples, not for you to fix, but more as ways in which we're all trying to do the best that we can with the bare minimum. The bare minimum isn't good enough for your children, your grandchildren, and certainly not any of the children of New Haven. I hope that you consider this testimony and more when looking at how to fund the schools in the upcoming fiscal year. And more than anything, I hope to be able to work alongside some or all of you to ensure that our students get their fair share in both state and federal funding moving forward, because they don't get it now. I'm also happy to hear people speaking on things like livable city initiatives. I've had to call before in the past in my living situations, so I'm glad that that's being considered in this upcoming budget. I'm glad to hear about the parks. As someone who teaches and the big book comes out every year, there's tons of opportunity for young students. I taught 15 years in K-8. I'm now at the high school level, and there's really not a lot for high school students. So hopefully that can be considered in, whoever's listening. And that's it for today. I will see you next time. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Saying none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next is Mona Berman, followed by Michael Galbusek. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Mona Berman. I live at 78 Lion Street in New Haven, and I own 2 other properties on Lion Street. We were socked with incredibly high assessments last year, and our taxes went up as much as 35%. And here we are looking again. Tenants are saying to me, we understand that there's a problem here, and how can we fix it? And it can't be balanced on the tenants. And then we end up saying, oh, we don't have affordable housing, when we did have affordable housing to begin with. So I think that there's a lot of different small things that can be done. For example, there was a property on Grand Avenue that had a lot of charges put against them by LCI. And we were looking at a 6-figure number. It was settled for a very, very small amount. That landlord then who had bought the property for a very low price, turned around and flipped it for a really high price and had no obligation to pay any of the difference that he had negotiated and that had been originally levied by the city. So let's say I can't give you the exact numbers, but let's say the fines were $300,000 or $150,000. He paid just a little bit on that. Whereas if you get a grant from the city and you're a homeowner, what happens is if you sell your property within 5 years, you're paying back that difference. So what I'm thinking is that we have to look at all of the small things that go into running the city, where we have a lot of landlords that are undervalued the newer properties, and I think there was a lot of information, about that published. So I will submit a specific list to you folks, but not tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from colleagues? Saying none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Michael Galbusek, followed by Nan Barton. Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Michael Galbusek, and I'm from New Haven Youth Soccer, from 320 George Street. And I just want to say a couple things and really thank the group for giving us a couple moments to speak about the new increase investments in the parks. By separating the Parks Department with Public Works, I do believe, as someone that's out there with the children, that this is going to be such an amazing investment in the kids. We're going to have more oversight on the fields. We're going to have more safety. We're going to have greater involvement within the community. Right now, our team has about 400 kids from all over New Haven. We congregate over at East Shore Park, 3 different fields there. Currently, it's a little bit of a struggle to get to have the fields lined and maintained and really be a destination for our kids to want to play. But we were offered those fields and we're using them. And we are working really hard to make it a great place for our kids. And we're seeing a great return on it. We started off with about 100 kids about 2 years ago after COVID. We're at 400 kids now from all over the city. Kids carpool, the families come together, and our fields are lively every single weekend. Right now, since the fields are being maintained, or getting ready to be maintained, we're inside the school. So our kids are all together. And I like to think about when I was a kid. I had a lot of good memories going to the parks with my friends, just even riding bikes. I would love nothing more than for kids who are 5, 6, 7, 8, have this opportunity to go to a park. I don't care if you're playing soccer or baseball or basketball, have a safe, community-based, structured place to play. So unfortunately, later on down life, you make better choices. Fortunately, you make better choices, but unfortunately for those that can't be there, they will not, they won't have the opportunity. The ones that do have the opportunity, I want to help provide. Our team of volunteers, board members, want to provide, and with this partnership, with the mayor's office and your support, we will all be able to get there. And when the kids get there, I want our town, I want New Haven to be the city that other towns come to. Instead of laughing at our parks and fields, I want them to be like, wow, this is New Haven. Same way I do when I went to college here and I, hung out here and still work here. This is New Haven. I want to make it better. And with your partnership, we can. And on behalf of the kids that can't vote, but will one day, thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for
Thank
your
you very much.
testimony. Nan Bartow is next, followed by Gary Doyens. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody.
Name and address for the record.
I'm Nan Bartow, 480 Ellsworth Avenue, New Haven. And I am a long-time worker with Friends of Beaver Ponds Park. I'm a co-leader with 3 other people of our Friends group. And along with many neighbors and friends, we have worked to improve the natural areas of Beaver Ponds Park and to coordinate with the playing fields. We've done that since 2004. We've worked long and hard and seen changes in the Parks Department that we're not happy about, especially when the 2 departments were put together. So I'm all in favor of a standalone Parks Department. And I'm here to testify to the importance of the New Haven parks and their governance. And we're asking you, the Board of Alders, to support the new positions that the mayor is asking for. As volunteers, we have given countless unpaid hours to the park. And we've worked to clean up the area, to remove vines. We replant with native vegetation, and we're a presence there, which makes other people feel that this is a place you can come to and you can be safe. We have a lot of children who work with us. We have the children's garden, and people love to come to the park, but the parks will fall apart if there isn't maintenance. And as volunteers, we can't do the whole job, and sometimes we feel as though we're doing a lot of the jobs, way more than we should have to do. But we do it anyway because we want the parks to be clean and, and look wonderful.
1 minute.
So please give us the new positions that the mayor is asking for, so that the Parks Department will work more efficiently and with more accountability than it has been doing. So please support the parks and the volunteers and improve our parks. Thank you very much for listening to the residents.
Thank you.
Nan.
You're welcome.
Questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Gary Doyens is next, followed by Jamie Myers McPhail. Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the.
Nice to see you all again.
Yeah, good to see you.
My name is Gary Doyens. I live at 30 Birch Drive, New Haven. I'm here to ask you to have 0 tax increases, 0 new employees. We can't afford it. The mayor said it the other day, our expenses exceed our revenues. When my expenses exceed my revenues, I make cuts. When you raise my taxes by 30% across the last several years, that caused me to cut my household expenses. We drive really old cars, they're 8 and 10 years old, mine's got hundreds of thousands of miles on it. We can't afford it. Part of the problem, and I've been in front of this body for the better part of 20 years. There are when you see the arc of history across the 20 years, there's a whole series of bad decisions, from overstating pension returns to not maintaining the Ralph Walker Rink, to building $2 billion worth of new schools that can't house any more kids than the old schools did when they were 25% of the footprint of the new schools. So a school, Davis Street School, for instance, had 500 kids in it. It still only has 500 kids. It's 75% larger. And the school system is not maintaining $2 billion worth of new schools. The roofs are leaking, the systems are bad, the filters aren't being done. And more than 80% of our kids can't read and do math at grade level. A third of them are chronically absent. What we have is a performance problem in this city. We have department heads and departments that aren't functioning. They're failing because there aren't key performance indicators by department with a zero-based budget that says, this is what we're going to accomplish this year. And when next budget year comes around, you hold them accountable to the KPIs on whether or not they actually performed. LCI has been a pain in for years. That is a department that has failed over and over and over again. Remember the license fees? We're going to hire a bunch of inspectors and all the apartments are going to be inspected. Didn't happen, half the fees aren't even paid and nobody accounts for it. The inspectors, according to the story in the New Haven Independent the other day, couldn't even find why there wasn't heat in that woman's bedroom. I spent the better part of 10, 12 years as a property manager, as a real estate investor. And to say, I almost never had an apartment fail an inspection because I was on it and because the building department and the housing authority, and a lot of it was low-income housing, about 80% of my inventory. And we didn't fail inspections because we didn't have 21 days to fix something. We had a week. And my maintenance guys were all over that stuff, and I was. So when you have a department that fails year after year after year for decades,
That's right.
it's wrong.
Mr. Doyens, your time is up, but
I appreciate that, but I want this budget to be zero-based and for there to be key performance indicators by department that is going to hold these department heads accountable for the performance of their department. And if you do that, we should be all right. But you can't have mission creep and then have people make excuses for having more people to keep doing the same things they've been doing for decades. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Jamie Myers McPhail, and followed by
Jessica Stamp. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Jamie Myers McPhail, 135 Bellevue Road. I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Commission, and I've lived in New Haven for the past 15 years, and I'm a homeowner in Beaver Hills, which is something I never dreamed of growing up. Last year, I went door to door with New Haven Rising with a petition to hold large landlords and large employers accountable. At least 5,500 residents signed that petition. While talking to residents across the city, I heard story after story about how the housing crisis is upending working people's lives. Witnessing so many families struggle to survive is heartbreaking. When I think back on the effect that housing insecurity had on my own childhood and the lasting effects that it has had throughout my life, I don't want to see any other families go through that stress and instability. While knocking on doors, I heard from residents who live in rodent-infested and moldy apartments with small children, and yet, despite lack of repairs, their rent continued to go up year after year. One of my members recently had her bathroom ceiling collapse on her daughter while she was in the shower. Earlier in the winter, her kitchen window also fell out in the dead of winter, and management took over a week to even respond or get back to her. While I'm very proud of the fact that New Haven has taken steps to address this crisis through things like the Fair Rent Commission, recognizing and enabling tenant unions, dedicating more ARP funds than any other town or city in Connecticut to affordable housing, there is much more work we all know needs to be done. And the pandemic put an immense amount of pressure on New Haven's rental market, which was already tight. The crisis of affordable housing isn't going to slow down as New Haven grows. And growth should not mean gentrification and displacement. We need more resources like the Fair Rent Commission and LCI inspectors to get relief for people from negligent landlords, and more resources to help people stay in their homes and in their neighborhoods, whether they're homeowners or renters. And while I'm so inspired by the tenant unions, it should be on the city to actually enforce code and keep all of our residents safe. So I want to encourage the Board of Alders to address our affordable housing crisis in this budget cycle so working people can continue to call New Haven home and not be taken advantage of by mega landlords or by corporations that don't pay their share. All our city's residents deserve to have a safe, affordable place they can live without worrying about being evicted or whether their pay will keep up with rent increases or taxes, or worrying about dangerous housing code violations. Large employers like Yale and Yale New Haven Hospital need to step up and do more to make sure New Haven is an affordable and safe place for all, and that our city has the needed revenue to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next will be Jessica Stamp. Here comes, and after that, well, it looks like the name is Peter Fowler, but we might be mispronouncing that because it's hard to decipher. And as Ms. Stamp gets settled, I'd like to recognize our colleague, Alder Brian Wingate, who is with us. Name and address for the record, please.
Jessica Stamp. Jessica Stamp, 29 Farnham Avenue, apartment 24, New Haven. Good evening. So I am the steward of the Blake Street Tenants Union, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify. So I'm here to ask you to approve the mayor's proposition to create 7 new LCI positions. We all know the horrific housing conditions, right? Sewage, roaches, no heat, leaks, collapsed ceilings, electrical failures, fires. But what if LCI could be fully staffed and they completed 100% of the residential licensing inspections, right? It's a dream. What if every building and every apartment was inspected a minimum of once every 3 years and re-inspected as many times as necessary for the violations to be fixed, and landlords were fined? How many major issues would be prevented, right? Leaks causing mold would be caught earlier, pests would be treated before they got out of control, exposed electrical wires and unsafe stairways could be caught sooner, and every apartment would have the appropriate number of smoke detectors. The dream, right? But the slumlord business model requires landlords to collect rent from low-income tenants who are struggling to pay it, who can't afford to move. All the while, the landlord refuses to reinvest in the properties by fixing safety and health hazards, knowing that people are too afraid to speak up for fear of retaliation. Residential licensing proactively catches the problem so the tenant doesn't have to risk retaliation and eviction by reporting. Landlords hold vulnerable populations hostage, undocumented tenants, single parents fighting for custody, the elderly and disabled, because they are too afraid to speak up because more than eviction and homelessness looms over them. I met a woman whose landlord threatened to interfere with her custody battle if she reported leaks, damaged walls, and mold. And so she and her daughter breathe in mold. So LCI inspectors are vital to protect tenants and hold landlords accountable. You can't get to the Fair Rent Commission unless it goes through LCI first. There are not enough inspectors. According to Ms. Samuel, out of 49,000 units, only 9,000 went through residential licensing. That's 18%, which is shameful. LCI is woefully understaffed. And I know the budget is very complex, but staffing LCI will prevent health problems and save lives. No one should be hospitalized for mold or lead poisoning, and everyone should have smoke detectors, heat in the winter, and safe stairs. And I know you already know all this, but the mayor is asking for a meager 5 new positions for LCI. That's like a bare minimum. Like I would ask for at least 12. I did last year. So I would just ask that you please make safe housing a priority when deciding on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I believe the next name is Peter Fowler. The address is 169 Alden Avenue.
It's Fosek. My handwriting is atrocious. I apologize.
And then after this gentleman, we'll have Thomas Birmingham.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. My name is Peter Fosek. I'm a Westville, New Haven resident on 169 Alden Ave, and I serve as the elected Secretary-Treasurer of the Connecticut Tenants Union. I'm here tonight to testify in support of the budget that Mayor Elicker has proposed, with particular commendation for the steps the administration has taken in the drafting process to work towards addressing the housing crisis currently facing New Haven, that many folks tonight have spoken on already. As we contend with a brutal rental market in which so much of the available housing stock has been gobbled up by investment interests to be used as a profit-producing vehicle rather than a resource vital for safe and stable lives, the mandate of New Haven's Livable City Initiative is more important than ever. With that in mind, it's vital that the city enable LCI to carry out that mandate in an effective and efficient manner, while simultaneously investing in the work of expanding our stock of available, affordable, safe, and dignified housing. The proposed budget represents an important first step in that effort. The expansion of LCI with the addition of 7 new staff positions will provide far greater capacity for inspections, hopefully reducing wait times that have proven devastating to date. It will help the initiative follow up on failed inspections to ensure that flagged issues are adequately addressed. This last fall, I was working with a group of tenants living in a legal boarding house in East Rock. 2 tenants filed LCI complaints, resulting in failed inspections flagging a host of issues. But those results were not enforced, and in November, the building burned down due to a boiler that the landlord had, by his own admission in the public record, neither checked nor replaced in the 20-plus years he'd owned it. In the aftermath, LCI's staff went to great lengths to ensure that the displaced tenants were given temporary housing. And I can only imagine the strain that put on the already overworked and understaffed initiative. With additional inspector staffing, I hope that such a situation can be avoided altogether. I hope that tenants' concerns will be enforceably addressed at the time that they voice them, so that as we strive to build more affordable housing in our city, we can also protect and preserve the existing housing stock and those of us who live in it. We will never be able to build enough if that which we already have burns down because of unaddressed negligence. Thank you. The landlord licensing program, likewise, is only as effective as its oversight. Just as significant is the potential of the proposed Office of Housing and Community Development, because we do need to build new housing at scale, and moreover, we need that housing to be permanently affordable. We need it to be safe and green and stable and efficient and dignified, and we need to have a say over how it's managed so we can protect against negligence and greed. We need structures that could connect incredible local organizations like Neighborhood Housing Services with the resources they need to carry out their mission of building affordable housing for New Haven residents. Finally, I commend the proposed allocation of an additional $300,000 to support our unhoused neighbors. I hope that that commitment signifies a willingness to work with those in our community who have been and continue to organize in order to provide themselves and their neighbors with safe places to live, even under the harshest of circumstances. These are the voices that we all must listen to. Thank you. In brief conclusion, we have to listen to leaders like Jessica, like Hope, to our journalists like Thomas Birmingham, who will speak after me and who continue to shine the necessary light on these issues. It's an investment in stabilizing and preserving our democracy and our civic engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Birmingham is next, followed by Joel, who's this?
Oh, Daisy Rocket.
Daisy Rocket. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Birmingham, 169 Albany Avenue. My name is Thomas Birmingham. I'm a journalist who's lived in New Haven the last 5 years. I'm coming out today to share some of my reporting, to express strong support for the proposed staff additions and other changes to LCI, and finally to try and convey why these expansions should serve as only the tip of the iceberg for LCI reform. I've covered LCI extensively over the last year or so, first in an investigation last February for the Yale Daily News magazine, and then again this summer in a major investigation for the New Haven Independent. And I'm happy to send either of these pieces to any committee members who are interested, as I think they would shed light on the problems persistent to LCI as you consider how best to reform the agency. For now, I'll do my best to highlight some key points. According to data I received from the city in a Freedom of Information Act request from 2022, as of December of that year, LCI had received over 1,500 housing code complaints from New Haven tenants during the year. At that time, 68% of the cases from the entire year were still open, some dating all the way back to February. The proposed staff additions would likely have brought this number down significantly and brought faster results for tenants in need. Additionally, I'm hopeful that these staff additions, especially the proposed addition of an attorney and administrative assistant, will aid in the managing of records and general organization within LCI, especially concerning the residential licensing office. In a statement to the Independent for my investigation in August, Deputy Director Mark Stroud reported that as of July 21st, over 6,000 of the 9,600 properties eligible for rental licenses in the city currently had expired licenses. And over 3,000 of those properties with expired licenses, according to LCI, were owned by, quote, non-compliant property owners who have a history of non-responsiveness. This means that thousands of New Haven residents have been left with no guarantee of safe living conditions and no recourse against these negligent landlords. Having license guarantees that an apartment will be inspected, and in my reporting, I saw firsthand the impact that this had on residents, as has been said repeatedly, mold, ceilings collapsing, water damage, you name it. These increases in staff will also hopefully work toward more effectively enforcing LCI rental licensing fines, which according to Mayor Elliker in August had not been enforced at all for years. According to housing attorneys with New Haven Legal Aid, the lack of enforcement of these fines has deprived the city of many, many thousands of dollars of potential revenue. And I spelled those numbers out more specifically in my piece. So I hope that these staff increases can go toward enforcing these fines, not only to make the city some more money, but to do more to hold negligent landlords accountable. But more than anything else, I think the additional staff is a step in a positive direction, and I hope to see it enacted. So thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Daisy Rocket, and then Joel Greenwood. Good evening. Thank you for coming and testifying. If you could give us your name and address, we'd be grateful.
My name is Daisy, and my address is 198 Edwards Street, New Haven.
Thank you. So we're eager to hear your testimony.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Daisy. I'm 11 years old, and I'm a citizen of New Haven. I love to bike, and I know that my mom and dad do too. There are many reasons why the city of New Haven should install red light cameras. Blowing red lights is a big problem. Anyone who runs a red light at that moment poses a risk to themselves, the people in cars around them, and the city in general. These red light cameras could cause an amazing change to the city and positively affect many people's lives. I have seen not only cars, but public transportation, school buses, and other vehicles completely blow past a red light. This poses a gigantic risk to all parties involved, and I am worried for my safety even when it's a red light because of red light runners. I feel that red light cameras could greatly cut down the number of red light runners, and this we need. I know this because according to the Department of Transportation, in the last decade, red light running crashes killed nearly 9,000 people. That's 900 people per year. This is something that needs to change. And I believe that these red light cameras should make a great improvement in this horrible problem. Thank you for your time and your willingness to make an impact.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Michelle.
I believe you're Mr. Greenwood.
I'm Daisy Rocket's dad.
Great honor, but your name and address for the record.
I'm Joel Greenwood. I live at 198 Edward Street, apartment number 5. And I love New Haven. This is a fantastic city. It's just, I absolutely love New Haven. I love living here. And one of the things that happened when we moved here, I was shocked, just shocked by people blowing red lights. And we commute by bicycle, and my daughter and my wife and I all, we live in East Rock. We go to Cold Spring over in Fairhaven. I work at the medical school, and it's shockingly dangerous. And people say this is a complicated problem, and I'm here to tell you it's not complicated. This can stop immediately. If you put in red light cameras and you use automated traffic enforcement, it will stop, and the city will be much, much safer. I fear for my life and my daughter's life, and I'm begging you to take this opportunity and put in these cameras and use them. I'm filled with hope. This is the first time I am really filled with hope. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Thank you for your testimony. Before we move to the next person, we'll just quickly observe that the red light cameras, there's two pieces of that. One is enabling ordinance that would have to be passed to make the program happen. But in terms of the budget, there's actually a position in TTP, Transportation, Traffic, and Parking, that's proposed that would help to oversee that project. And so there is a budgetary aspect of the red light camera that that folks are undoubtedly speaking to. Next. It looks like Mish Palmer,
Front Street,
and then followed by Joshua Glab. Okay, so Mr. Glab, you are next. Good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Joshua Glad, and I live at 221 Foster Street in New Haven. I love New Haven. And oddly, following up those who honestly said it better than I'm probably going to. I'm here for two things, really. The first is the red light cameras. I'm both a science teacher in New Haven. I'm also president of the New Haven Bicycling Club. And for those who are cyclists, whether they're adults like myself or whether they're the young people who I believe should have the opportunity to get everywhere in New Haven. We hear about all of the parks that we're trying to make better. Shouldn't every single child have the opportunity to safely get to those parks? Because they don't right now. Without a car, it's not possible to safely get around our city. So I'm asking for a couple things. The first is red light cameras. I think there's not one of us in this town who hasn't noticed it's become consistent to see folks running red lights. The other thing I'm asking for is the support in the budget for Vision Zero in its entirety, as the mayor has asked. We need people, particularly engineers right now, to improve our streets. In my opinion, I feel like we've been disrespectful to young people with the way we've designed our streets, they aren't designed to be safe. They're designed to transport vehicles, cars, fast. And it's not fair. So I ask you to support all of the Vision Zero that the mayor's asked for, particularly the engineers. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next on the queue is Leslie Blateau, followed by Isabel Geller. Excuse me.
Good evening. Good evening. It's good to see everybody. My name is Leslie Blateau. I live at 410 Greenwich Avenue, Ward 5 in the Hill. I am a teacher and parent in New Haven Public Schools. I'm a resident of New Haven, as I said, president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, and a proud member of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Thank you, President Walter Myers and members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity to testify. Our Labor Community Coalition has been working hard since the start of the legislative session in February to hold the state of Connecticut accountable for addressing the racist and classist system of school funding that perpetuates dangerous and long-lasting inequalities in the state. For example, the per pupil funding in New Haven is $20,839 compared to $26,308 in Greenwich. Furthermore, when we compare adequacy between states, higher poverty districts and lower poverty districts, Connecticut is ranked 48 out of 48. Simply put, equal opportunity in Connecticut is low. It's unacceptable, and we as a city must organize more around this issue and right the wrongs as a state for the city of New Haven and our children. I think we agree that the state of Connecticut should invest more in our city schools. And I think we all agree that. And I think most of us agree that the ultra wealthy and corporations should pay what they owe in taxes so we can do this. I think what we might not agree on in these chambers is how much the city of New Haven should invest in our schools directly. In partnership with our new superintendent, Dr. Negron, New Haven is making significant progress as we prioritize our students' needs. Given the increased and complex needs of our students, New Haven Public Schools needs increased resources to do this work. Important work that not only makes a difference in the lives of our students and families, but is pivotal to the well-being of our neighborhoods and city as a whole. I recognize that residents have concerns about school improvements, school funding, and oversight of how these funds should be used. We at the New Haven Federation of Teachers are solution-oriented, and we want to urge this body to fully fund Dr. Negron and Board of Education budget requests to ensure we can put solutions to work. Here are 3 solutions. 1, we want our students to become joyful and confident readers. 1 minute. We can do this by ensuring we have enough bilingual educators to support our newcomers, and we can do this by making sure we have a full-time librarian in every school. Test scores just for test scores? No. We need to access that joy of reading. Second, we have to focus on our students' mental health and well-being. This is through more social workers and more school counselors to navigate the ups and downs of childhood and adolescence, and to navigate the stress of poverty, racism, migration, health challenges, housing instability, and loss. That depends on relationships with caring adults. Third, our schools must be safe, welcoming, and well-maintained. Visit the schools around the city and in your ward. Ask about leaky roofs, broken locks and bathrooms, faulty HVAC systems. We want to work with Dr. Negron to improve attendance, but that depends on improved facilities. In closing, the mayor's $5 million increase does not go far enough. We need a fully funded budget so we can implement these solutions. I'll send my written copy along since I had a slow start. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Isabel Geller? Dawn, is this the last sheet? Name and address for the record.
Isabel Geller, 757 Orange Street. My name is Izzy Geller. I'm a resident of Ward 9 and a teacher in New Haven Public Schools. I'm testifying today to urge you to approve the New Haven Public Schools budget request. Please fund our schools and take care of our children. The students I teach are brilliant and resilient. As the world crumbles around them, they ask thoughtful questions, seek meaningful knowledge, and insist on bringing our learning space to life. This learning space is situated in a school and a district that is failing to meet their needs. We are often without a nurse. Our guidance counselors are overburdened with a 200-to-1 caseload in my school. Students learning English are taking learning into their own hands forced to communicate with educators through Google Translate, passing a phone back and forth. We need investments in multilingual learners, in special education students. We need higher pay for our substitute teachers. We need bathroom repairs. We need more snacks, more tissues, more water bottles. The students I teach are brilliant and resilient. Some are experiencing homelessness, some grieving the loss of loved ones and caretakers, many persevering through deep hardships. All of them, regardless of what they have going on outside of school, are enduring a school system that does not meet their social, emotional, or physical needs. Still, they show up brilliant and resilient. We owe them more. We owe them per pupil funding that matches, or better yet, doubles that of whiter and wealthier districts. We owe them full-time nurses and librarians, well-paid paraeducators, roofs that don't leak, and classrooms without mold. It starts with this budget, with you fully funding our schools. But it can't stop there. We can continue to fight together, Yale can begin to pay its fair share, and we can begin to build the schools that our brilliant and resilient young people deserve.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
That is the end of our sign-up sheet for testimony. But if you did not sign up and you wish to come testify, now's your chance. Please raise your hand. If you wish to testify, please come forward, sir.
I believe there is another sheet. We'll have to check.
Well, now's your chance, Mr. President.
Exactly.
Your name and address for the record.
Sure. Chris Ozek, 603 Quinnipiac Avenue. I also purchased the home next to me, 595 Quinnipiac. I have a business in New Haven. I work for a nonprofit. I'm happy to see the taxes go up if we can get better services. I want to talk a little bit about the parks. Yeah, thank you. About the Parks Department. The combining of the Parks Department led to a very low morale among the parks employees themselves. And it became almost impossible to have things communicated as to what was happening, understanding who was in charge, all those things. And so what we really need is a parks director that can protect the resource of the city. It is probably the most expensive resource the city has. It's a place where people meet and get to know other people within the city. It's our civic space. And so a director will be thinking about things like encroachment, the taking of parks in underserved communities for other needs. They'll be thinking about the illegal dumping and the burden that places upon the communities that have to use those parks. They're thinking about access to the parks. So many of our parks are inaccessible because of roadways, or that there's literally no parking or no way to actually get into the park, which is insane in my mind. We're also thinking, we should be thinking about equitable distribution. Our parks are not equitable right now. We have neighborhoods that are underserved by our park system. We have neighborhoods that are probably overserved. And where we think about where those resources are going and how they're going, that's what a parks director needs to be thinking about. Who's doing that high level thinking to think about this resource? I want to go back to thinking about the employees of the Parks Department. Without a director, and a director that can bring in people, thank you. A director that can bring in people that can help them carry out a mission and a vision, we're going to be lost. Those employees will be lost. They need to be groomed and cultivated and inspired to take ownership, to really develop as people, but also connect with the people that use those parks. That's where the magic is. And right now, we don't have as much magic as we could. And I really hope that you will really think about your parks. My first question I was going to ask, got a little flustered, was, what do you think about your parks in your neighborhood? Are they meeting the needs of you and your constituents and of their children in those programs? And if they're not, then I think you're on the team that I'm thinking about, is making sure that we get a new parks director and that we really invest in parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sterling. Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there a member here, is there a member of the public here who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? If so, please come forward. Ma'am, please come forward. And just as a reminder, if you think you might want to testify, but you don't know what you're going to say, come back next Thursday when we'll have another public hearing, our second of 3, and give it some thought. We will also have a third public hearing on Thursday, the 18th of April. So this is the first of 3 public hearings on the mayor's proposed budget for next year. Name and address for the record, please, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Thomasine Shaw. I reside and own 188 Howard Avenue here in New Haven. I just want to agree with the gentleman who said he loves this city, because I too love this city. And as I sit back and listen to the testimony that was given this evening, it tells me, yes, we have a city that has a lot of problems. There are a lot of good things about this city, an awful lot. But yes, we've inherited problems, but we've inherited problems from a country whose culture has changed. And that culture has impacted us as well. So all I can say is, I don't know how you're going to do it. But this is a budget that at least appears to have been thought out for a change. All right. And I just want to say, be diligent about how you take care of this budget. Because if it was me, give everybody what they need. And I know you can't, but at least if you could give them a little to be, to be somewhat effective. All right, because if you drop the ball one place, the situation just gets worse and it's harder to get it back up. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Mr. Jones, your address 188 Howard Avenue, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there a member of the public who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? If so, please come forward. And for a second time, is there a member of the public here? Okay, please come forward, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Well, Camacho, 213 Pine Street, 06513. Good evening. I am not here specifically to testify about a certain topic. I attended the previous meeting, the Finance Committee, for the city budget overview. And so just wanted to testify a little bit about some of the things that I heard then.
Okay.
I really just want more clarity on the new positions that the mayor is requesting, such as the superintendent of fields and the parks foreperson, a couple of the other positions as well, just so that, again, we as a city and we as constituents know where exactly the money is going and how those specific positions are supposed to specifically benefit the city. I think it's important for us to have that clarity and transparency, not only as constituents, but also for you guys as the committee as well. And I know that came up last time at the previous meeting, so I'm hoping that gets to you guys soon. And then, again, I want to reiterate the need for us to look into the legal services for the Board of Ed. And I want to make sure that the budget, again, as we're going to the new fiscal year, we start to reflect a lot of those changes and clarifications that, again, came up in the last Finance Committee meeting. And so you guys got this, but I'll be here to keep looking for those clarifications. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there a member of the public here who wishes to testify in the mayor's proposed budget for the next fiscal year?
If there is a member of the public who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget, please come forward. And for a third time, is there a member of the public here who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? Seeing none, we're going to move forward in our agenda, which is to move to the departmental workshops with members of the administration. Before we do that, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. This is an excellent moment for people who wish to leave to do so, although you are all invited to stay and hear the workshops. But if you intend to go, please do so quickly so that we may resume our meeting. Okay? We're in recess.
Yeah, I wasn't here. I wasn't here. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I look at it. Okay. I want to make sure you do the right thing. Okay. Is this on pause? All right. I don't know. No, we still live. Yes. No, it doesn't. Don't get out. I can turn it off. Hey. Oh, great. No, there's no pause on this version. Well, that's but right. Well, we also know but this is actually
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume momentarily.
If you wish to stay, please have a seat. If you do not wish to stay, please exit the chambers now. Thank you for coming. We thank everybody for coming. We're going to resume in about 60 seconds.
Can I get a hard copy of the budget?
The mayor's proposed budget.
Yeah, not just online, 'cause I like to mark things up and go get paid and stuff like that.
That's an excellent question. There's like, they don't produce as many days because of the front page, but let me find out for
Yes, I don't even have a
You let me know in the next action.
Take it down here in a moment.
Okay.
Your name, sir?
Rondell Ross, Rondell, Ross, ROSS.
And your email?
My name, Rondell Ross @gmail.com.
So like all lowercase, no spaces or
No
dots?
spaces, just straight name.
Rondell Ross
@gmail.
@gmail.
Yeah, 2 L's, RONDEL.
Double L. You want a hard copy
Yes.
of the budget?
That'd be wonderful.
Sure. We'll let you know when they're ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah, I think I'm getting.
All right.
Or you know what? Let me listen.
Good evening. We are back in session. Again, this is the Finance Committee of the New Haven Board of Alders, continuing with our agenda. We just concluded the first public hearing on the mayor's proposed budget, and we're now going to move to the departmental workshops to review portions of the annual city budgets proposed for the next fiscal year. We're going to proceed in the order listed in our agenda, starting with the city town clerk's office. I note that for colleagues that Mr. Gormley has provided a large deck that says budget workshop number 1. And it does appear that the registrar is in there, and so I'm sure that our city staff will tell us which pages to go to in order to follow along with the presentation. Thank you for being here. Names and addresses for the record, please. I do, but I would love to hear it on the record.
Hi, my name is Mamie Gardner, Deputy City Clerk, 13 H Street, New Haven.
City Clerk Mike Smart, 1 Lion Street, New Haven.
Mike Larmany, Budget Director, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut.
Thank you.
So on your slide deck, so it's actually slide 33. They are numbered at the bottom. Some of them are a little hard to see because of the color, but slide 33.
Slide 33.
All right, just go through the budget presentation. The first slide is really just an overview of the city town clerk's office with their mission statement and how the department is outlined. The next slide, slide 35, begins the budgetary numbers for their department. So as we've done in previous years, we broke down the budgetary numbers by the department themselves between general fund and special fund. So remember, general fund is the operating side of the budget, which is where primary expenses come out, and then special funds are listed as the grants. The city town clerk's office also has license permits and fees within their budget, which I'll go over as well. So looking at the city town clerk's overall budget, their primary and only budget is general funds. Their budget increased from fiscal year 24 over to fiscal year 25 by $5,594. That was due to the contractual salary increases within 3144 and 884 in their office.
Mr. Gormley, could you just repeat the slide number in the deck for the folks who just...
Sure. Right now, I am on slide 35.
Slide 35. Thank you.
So again, their personnel changes were primarily the salary increases based on contractual bargaining unit contracts. Going on to slide 36, the city town clerk's office also has 2 revenue sources. They have city clerk revenue, which is for different types of fees and things that they charge within their office. And then they also have real estate conveyance, which we've talked about at different monthly meetings, which is a percentage of sales in behavior. That currently both items are budgeted at status quo as fiscal year 24. So real estate conveyance is budgeted at 2.2 million. And the other city clerk revenue is budgeted at 350,000. When you go to slide 37, there was a slight change, only one change in their license permits and fees. That went up from $10 to $20 within that section. All others remained the same. The next slide, which is slide 38, really just gives a roll-up of their department based on agency breakdown, which a majority of their budget is funded by personnel, 73% of their overall office's personnel costs. And then other costs is items such as other contractual services, which goes to funding various contracts that they have for elections, document printing, land record indexing, and other items. Moving on to slide 39. Again, their non-personnel section was status quo. And again, the only changes were really based on salary increases within their office. So that is the overall budgetary breakdown. I'm gonna just turn it over to Mike and Nate to just kind of give an overview of their department goals and initiatives, just a brief statement.
Good evening. Good evening. Good to be in front of you again. We're expecting a very, very busy year, upcoming presidential election. We expect the previous presidential election, our absentee ballots was the highest amount that we've ever had in the office. We expect the same. I mean, we did a great job during COVID. You know, we were innovative, figuring out how do we get folks to vote, you know, absentee, and really get them out and maximize participation in folks. So we plan to do the same this year. Getting a lot of interest, folks, you know, requesting applications, the overseas ballots. We have some new personnel that we're working on, so we're training to get them up and going. The state has given us grant money, so we've had some positions, pretty much election help, that are really helping us through that time, this busy time, to kind of keep things going. You know, we're accountable to make sure that, you know, any reports that the alders, co-chairs, the general public may need during the election process is very important, as well as, you know, taking custody of public documents, like Mike said, and, you know, it's, you know, liquor license, you know, any kind of permittees, deeds, transfers. You know, folks coming in want to look up different information that we have. We're going to continue to do that. It's always a pleasure to work with my deputy May. I just want to note that she's been with the city for over 30 years, and I could not do it without her. So it's refreshing to, you know, I appreciate her, and I think folks really don't understand how important it is to have a wealth of knowledge that can really, you know, get us through these tough times. And, you know, I appreciate her so much. And she's just a great asset to the office. And we're going to continue to serve the public. We're going to continue to push our election, making sure that, you know, folks are out voting. They understand the process. We're going to, you know, extend our hours where we need to extend our hours, and just be there for the general public. And with that, I'll take any questions. But Deputy,
Nothing to add at this time. She's at loss for words. Oh, now she's got me.
We are in person. When you come, you're gonna get someone. When you call, you're gonna get someone. We are there every day, open to the public. So that's what
I'm glad you said it. Thank you very much. Mr. Gormley, is that all the presentation?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much. So now we'll have questions from committee members. This is the first departmental workshop of our budget cycle. And so I just want to remind colleagues and give information for new colleagues on this committee that your questions really ought to be budgetary in nature. We're not going to have a general workshop tonight on the functioning of that office. If that's desired, then that can be scheduled either through this committee or some other committee. But if you have a question, it really ought to be about the budget that is proposed for this department. And having said that, questions from colleagues. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, thank you, May, and you too, our city clerk. I know your office works very hard and very diligently, and we appreciate you. Just a question regarding early voting and how it affects your department regarding cost, and if we're all set with that, because that's a new initiative that the city is taking, well, the state is taking on, which is a good thing, but just wondering how it will affect, if it will, you know, your department budget-wise.
right, it won't affect our department. That's more what the registrar. We will deal with the absentees. Yeah.
And just to add to that,
If you could swing the mic over. Thank you.
the cost of printing from election to election changes. It will be a little higher. It's going to be a lot higher this year because we have so many primaries. And then this is the biggie, the presidential. Everybody votes. So the cost is more of printing.
But that's in the budget. That's,
Yes.
yes, okay. So we're good with that. We considered those challenges. All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues about the proposed budget for the city clerk's office? Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your presentation. We appreciate your time and good luck with the important year ahead.
Thank you, and thank you all for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now proceed with the next department listed in our agenda, which is the mayor's office. I see our mayor's chief of staff coming forward. And when you are settled, sir, your name and address for the record.
Sorry. Thank you. Sean Madison, 1279 Quinnipiac Avenue in the Mighty 12th Ward.
Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Connecticut. This is towards the beginning on slide number 9.
Slide number 9. Please.
So again, the first slide, starting with slide number 10, is really just an overview of the mission statement of the mayor's office, to give an outline of what we do. As he mentioned, Mr. Madison is our chief of staff, which oversees the departments and operations of the city. So, moving on to slide number 11, gives the budgetary overview of the mayor's office. So we did see an increase in the mayor's office of $1,777. So that was primarily within the salaries of the mayor's office. So again, the mayor's office is confidential in executive management. But as this board remembers, we passed in the executive management confidential manual the 3% increase with bargaining unit 3144 for the following year, similar to their contract. So what that includes in the mayor's office is the contractual increase for the staff positions. That cost is also going up because earlier on, we added a position of director of emergency management midway through this year. So that position is also incorporated within the changes within the mayor's office as well. So moving on to the next slide. I apologize. A majority of the mayor's office is personnel, which I think you'll see in a lot of our general government departments. The mayor's office has a few non-personnel line items, which really deal with postage for emergency letters or whatever that goes out. We have other contractual services that deals with the operations of the mayor's office, which includes a lobbyist service that we pay for out of there. But a majority of the mayor's office is personnel driven. So moving on to slide number 7, kind of just gives an outline of 12. I'm sorry, this is
13.
Sorry, slide number 13. Slide number 13 just gives an overview of the changes. Again, I mentioned the 3% increase, general wage increases that was incorporated. We do have one position change within that office where we are changing the title of policy analyst to deputy chief of staff, which was a position that existed prior within that budget. Within the non-personnel section, again, we're staying status quo on the budget. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Madison to give additional context on the mayor's office budget.
Sure, appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chair Marchand, members of the Finance Committee. Just quickly, it goes without saying, but what do we do in the office? Well, we cause laws and ordinances to be executed and enforced. We ensure that the contracts and agreements with the city are faithfully kept, and that we inform the public on programs and policies. And we wind up exercising other duties and powers confirmed upon municipal CEOs in the state. Some of the things that we'll be working towards this year. Continuing working on towards electrification of the fleet, of the city fleet, including refuse trucks. We will we'll work to continue to grow the total number of affordable and market rate units within the city. Work with the university on piloting the Center for Inclusive Growth. Continue to work towards growing the number on the citywide literacy and math initiative in the second year of the program. Working with the city engineer and the Department of Transportation on the next steps design for the bus rapid transit, which I think will be very exciting for a lot of people. Continue to partner with Housing Authority on the new Church Street South housing project, which I think is going to be spectacular to see the development of that site. Career pathways, continuing to work towards that to develop a New Haven-led workforce school. And we'll have a strong interest, as we always do, up at the Connecticut General Assembly during their session, working on everything from trying to figure out how to, what we do with these dirt bikes and ATVs that we seize, and as well as working to ensure that the interest in the state budget reflects New Haven's interest. And what you'll see coming to you all beginning next week will be the work that we've been doing around automated traffic enforcement, red light camera, speed enforcement. That'll be coming out, and be very excited about that potential for this year. And we're going to work on some new translation services for residents so that they can better access their government. Happy to answer any questions you may have, and appreciate all you do. Thank you.
And that concludes your presentation.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Sean. We'll now take questions from committee members on the proposed budget for the mayor's office. Questions from committee members. Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Alder Festa.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Madison, Mr. Gormley, for your presentation. Let's do the new positions again. I'm just trying to follow it. I'm trying to follow it up with this, the budget book, rather than the spreadsheet, though I appreciate it, but I'm just following it better here. My first question is, the mayor seems to be the lowest paid in his office. Is there a plan for an increase?
Alder Furlow, the mayor can only be increased by charter after an election and before being sworn in, if I believe I am 100% correct, but you can ask that gaggle of lawyers behind me when you have a chance, but I believe that's right.
I think you're right about that. Yes, you're right.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm following the zero opposition positions. Can we just do that again? So let's do new positions for dummies so I can follow this.
Okay. Deputy Chief of Staff.
Yep.
And the Director of Emergency Management.
So the Director of Emergency Management was added this fiscal year. So it's included in next year's budget. That should be the last position listed on that page. And what you would notice is in the column labeled fiscal year 24, there's no budget there. Because when the budget was first approved and for this current fiscal year, that position didn't exist. There's another column that says adjusted where the salary is now in there because it was approved mid-year, and now that's also now incorporated for fiscal year 25.
I see, okay, I didn't see the zero there, and this is really, really small print. So I'm trying to follow the line. Okay, thank you, I was a little confused about that.
And then, I'm sorry. And then there is a position, so I'll give you the position number is 7161. That is 1, 2, 3, the fourth up from the bottom. So what you would notice is that was budgeted in this fiscal year, this current fiscal year, and we zeroed that out in fiscal year 25. And that position is replaced by the 6th position from the top. So position 260, Deputy Chief of Staff. So those were essentially swapped. Now there was a slight more of a cost to that, but those were swapped essentially in the budget.
Okay, very good. And I feel like I should know this, but who is the Chief Technology Officer?
Chief Technology Officer was something that was placed in the budget 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And that is the position that will oversee the 2 divisions of information technology and NHPS and on the city side.
So there isn't anyone there currently?
There will be very shortly.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. There isn't a person in there. That's why I don't know who it is.
I can check. I can run back and check. There may be somebody sitting back, but no.
You're still taking applications. Maybe I'll apply.
I'll put in a good word for you, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next on the queue is Alder Festa, followed by Alder Morris. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just when was the last time we had a Deputy Chief of Staff?
It was actually, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago.
Who was it? Why don't I remember us having?
So it was, his name was Kevin, and and he moved on to a position later on with the state, but he was Deputy Chief of Staff. I believe it was about 2 years ago.
Oh, that's probably, I don't remember. Okay, and why do we feel a need? Obviously, we switched it to a policy analyst, and now we're switching it back, so why?
Before you answer, I would just say either lean forward or bring that mic a little bit closer to you.
Closer, okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, is this better?
Yes.
All right. When the needs change over time in terms of the work and the focus. Really looking to do more on project management and a lot more help and leaning into departments on getting things done, completed through the processes. This position will add that affordability and being the flexibility and being able to move that around across the city, across various departments, in addition to other delegated tasks, which include staff supervision, working with other departments, stepping in as needed, including helping in at the state level at the Connecticut General Assembly. Lots of different things that a little bit more in depth and beyond what we have in the current position.
Okay, but we did without it, and was it all on you?
Well, to some degree, yes, but to some degree. But again, it's like if it's being able to, if I could be in more places at one time, it would be great. And this position would allow me some flexibility in having coverage in a lot more places while I'm focusing on other things at the same time.
And the policy analyst position that we are removing, for this, what were their responsibilities and?
Work, drafting policy ideas, working with departments to begin some policy work, and then a bunch of miscellaneous, tasks and assignments that, as they would come up.
So we don't need that position anymore, or who will take on
I'm
those
just kind of
responsibilities?
maturing out of that and adding to it, and it just calls for a different type of position. And one with, even some gravitas of the title as well, so that other departments understand and respect it as well.
So it's not needed, in essence, if we're getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Just trying to understand that, how the mayor's office will be working. And Mr. Chair, while we're at that, I don't believe we received any job descriptions for any of the positions, the new positions, because it would be really good for us to have those beforehand, so we can.
Are you making a request, Mr. Chair?
For the second time, yes, because it was requested last
Yeah,
Monday.
but if you recall, you did bring this up in the last meeting, and I noted it, and we will follow up on it. I did say that it would be hard for the staff to be able to produce all that by tonight. But yes, your request is noted. We will follow up, and it's definitely something we will try to get.
Okay, I appreciate it, because I know some constituents have actually received it before us for some positions.
Interesting.
Just putting that out there.
Thank you, Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alder Morrison is next on the queue, and my eyes are peeled looking at other colleagues who want to raise their hands. Alder Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question goes back to the position. When I see Deputy Chief of Staff versus the policy analyst, I know that the policy analyst did a lot of specific work, right? They did the work with the tutoring program. They did the work with the cannabis, that whole thing, all those specific things. And so when I see such a change administratively, who's going to do all of that work? Because like you just said, if you could be more than one place at one time, I'm pretty sure you have another one of you. That person probably would need to be more than one place at one time. And no one's doing the groundwork that really affects the children, the families, the people of the community. So I'm just worried about this type of change being so administrative and taking away from the things that the people feel. So who's going to do that work? Because I can't see this person doing that too, because all the things that go into what policy analysts have to do, something is going to have to give.
No, I appreciate the question. I would tell you that, again, the initiative on the reading and math tutoring, it's an important one. It's not going to fall to the wayside as we continue to try to grow the amount of kids that are being served. Right now, there's been no decisions on how that work is being divvied up amongst others. Please rest assured that it will be assigned. There will be someone overseeing it, working with the organizations on the initiative, and on the other assignments that were under the policy analyst positions. Those simply just don't go away. They get divvied up and they will be managed.
Okay. I guess that I worry because we hear this a lot when you guys make these type of changes, and then you don't hear anything else, because when it was a big deal and you all wanted the $3 million to make sure that we had this initiative go forward, it just makes me nervous that we've okayed the money, we've okayed that whole process that is running some, but just like a lot of other programs have kind of just disappeared. This makes me nervous because literacy is so important and so key. And just because we have a new term, a new budget cycle, doesn't mean that our literacy issue has gone away.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And so when I hear divvied up, that's just like, you might get the job. I don't know, because the work needs to be done, and that's what I'm all about, making sure that that work gets done. So I see you don't really have an answer other than it's going to just be divvied up.
Right
But,
now, yes, right now, I can't tell you how that would be assigned.
Okay, so but in us thinking about this need, we have to also remember that you really don't know if this person is going to be able to do that work. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Further questions from colleagues on the proposed budget for the mayor's office? Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, I will just follow up on what Alder Morrison is asking you about. You don't have a particular idea yet, but there's staff positions, not just in the mayor's office, but in CSA and economic development. There's lots of steps. So have you thought about where that work might reside and what division of the city that might reside, if not within a particular person's portfolio?
I think one, it would be really hard for the mayor's office not to have an important role in this. But again, there are a lot of good people in the city that's also been working in parts of this, but we'll have to figure that out. But I do think that the mayor's office will play a key role, but that doesn't say that we would have to do all of the work out of the mayor's office on this. Relationships and the capacity building for the organizations that are doing the work, that are doing the tutoring, those will continue, and we hope to expand on those things. And that kind of needs to be driven out of the office of the mayor on those parts. So, yeah, I mean, it's being very direct. I just can't tell you today how that's going to get done.
Fair enough. So, but we would like to hear back from you when you can tell us.
Absolutely.
Because that will give us greater comfort in understanding the shifting staffing configuration you're proposing for the mayor's office. Thank you very much. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you, Mr. Madison, for being here, and we're going to move forward with the next department to come forward, which is the Registrar of Voters.
And I will just say, Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut. We will be on slide 41.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. Shannon Evans, 14602 Carson Boulevard.
I can already tell that you'll need to speak closer to that microphone.
You got it.
Thank you, Vince.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the Registrar of Voters Office. Again, after the title slide on 41, moving on to the next slide. Again, it's just an overview of how their department is staffed. We have two registrars, a Democratic and a Republican registrar, and each has two deputies and a voter clerk within their office. Moving on to slide 43. A quick overview of their budget shows an increase of $100,790. That is a mixture of contractual services, which will relate to early voting, which is $75,000 out of that $100,000. There's a small increase in overtime related to the staff, and as well as this office is confidential, falls within the executive management and confidential handbook, so there was 3% also applied to the staff positions within that office as well. Just as a note, because I know sometimes it comes up, the Registrar of Voters does have special funds, that is the democracy funds, but that really falls under the Department of Finance. That's the democracy fund, which is being funded from general fund and gets moved to the special fund account within the budget. It is 125,000 for fiscal year 25. Again, what you see with the Democracy Fund budget is it moves up and down based on the election year. In a mayoral election, and along with other elections, usually that money is funded a little higher than in a non-mayoral and automatic year. So again, that budget moves to 125,000 for fiscal year 25. This also does have, the Registrar of Voters also has a license permit and fees section within the budget. That's on slide 44. We are not requesting any changes within their budget for license permits and fees. Moving on to slide 45, gives a budget overview of how their department is broken down. Again, 63% is the salaries of the office, and then the other chunk of rental and services is 34% of their budget. Again, that's where they have consultants or repairs to voting machines, printing and binding, things like that fall under the rental and contractual services. Again, there is an increase, actually going to slide 46. There is an increase of $75,000 in their other contractual services line. I will turn it over to Ms. Evans. Again, part of that is early voting funding, but we are also looking at grants from the state as well. For example, we just received a $10,500 grant from the Secretary of State's office regarding early voting. So again, while we have this $75,000 allocated as additional cost, we will also be looking at other opportunities, especially as the state navigates through early voting and we navigate through early voting. This was really an estimate based on what we can project, but it's not a certain number because we don't know what all the costs are yet for early voting, especially with this being the first year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Evans.
You literally said everything. So basically, as you stated, there's nothing pretty much new in our budget except a slight increase due to early voting. We have no idea what the final cost is going to be. So we threw in something. The state, as he said, gave us $10,500 to go towards anything pertaining to early voting. Currently, we're spending the money on scanners, label printer, labels, staffing, rentals, etc., whatever is needed for early voting. For the new fiscal year, it is not set in stone yet regarding new tabulators, and we're not sure how much money is either going to come from the state with this, or if they're going to make us pay out of pocket for it. Well, not pocket, but from the city budget. And printing, again, this is a district, state and federal. It's not a ward, so there's 40 different locations instead of our usual 33. So we have to take that into consideration with staff, printing for the electors, rentals, and anything else that we may need. Again, with any election, something may pop up that we never knew that we needed, and or something that the state suggests. So anything they suggest, we try to be a part of it, just so that we can figure things out and move forward and making changes where they need to be.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe we'll take questions now.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and now we'll have questions from committee members, starting with Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair Marchand. Good evening, everyone. Ms. Evans, with regards to the, what do you call the voting machines?
Tabulators.
Tabulators.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in years of past, tabulators have had a lot of challenges. Are we prepared this year with up and running tabulators to be able to accommodate, first and foremost, an early voting situation, as well as just regular voting? This is a presidential year and a big election. how are we set with equipment?
I have expressed to the state for the past year or so that moving forward for each election that gets bigger, I don't have trust in these machines. So that was one of the things on the agenda for the Secretary of State is to find funding to get new machines and also for legislators to pass whatever needs to be done so that we can get new machines. Currently right now through LHS, that's the company we use for the tabulators who service them. They are coming out, they have serviced most of our machines. We're still waiting for certain parts because again, these machines are very old and we are already borrowing from other states to replace these parts. So it is very important that they get these tabulators up and going. So as of right now, we are borrowing from other towns or other states.
Yes. Okay. Borrowing from other states, what's the possibility of us as a city? Is there any contracts or anything in place with these organizations to bring up new machines or, some kind of repair process to make sure everything we do have in our arsenal now is in working order?
So that's what they're doing now. The ones that we don't have repaired, that's what they're trying to find out to make sure that we do get those replaced. It was something else you brought up prior. What did you say before that? I'm sorry.
Just wanting to know, okay, are there any contracts in place with folks?
So that's what we're still waiting for because it has to go through legislators for a certain portion and hopefully I'm pretty sure they'll break contract because they signed a long lease with that portion, long contract rather. And they're looking to break it because they know that none of the machines are, statewide. They're man-made machines that have, that need service.
Okay. All right.
But as for us, sorry, go ahead. So as for us, what I did was try to get generic ballots as possible.
Okay.
So anything in those districts, we can use those memory cards in those machines in case a machine breaks down. So we do have a plan in place. And if it is a smaller ward turnout area, if it comes to that, we will have to do a hand count. But again, we're trying to prepare ourselves to have many plans in place so that we don't have to sit there and do a hand count.
All right, going forward, when do these contracts run out for current, whatever your current maintenance or is there a shelf life to that where it's going to end and they're going to renegotiate new contracts to bring up some new equipment?
That's more of a Secretary of State question.
Okay.
But again, they see what the machines are like. So Secretary of State Stephanie Thompson is basically see the issue and trying to resolve it. But again, it's not up to her directly. It has to go to legislators.
And what can we do as a city to help with that process?
Just keep standing with me and, reaching up to the Secretary of State to say, hey, what's the next step with this, and legislators as well to help push that further.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. I'll just briefly insert. I take it from your comments that the question of what machines are used is not within local control, but is instead decided by the state.
Correct.
Yeah. Just to be abundantly clear.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry. Sorry. Chairman. For early voting, we will not be using tabulators for early voting. And I do have clarification, guys. I also sent it through Mr. Lucas. Early voting will take place on March 26th, 27th, 28th. Skip that Friday because it's Good Friday. And then Saturday, the 30th. It will be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The process is it will be at Hall of Records in their G2 room. Electors can vote, they can park at the meters at the bag that says reserve. They'll come in. If they qualify as a Republican or a Democrat, they will get their ballot in an envelope. Once they're finished voting, their ballot will go into the envelope and then it will go into a box, a ballot box. And then at the end of the night, they will be put away securely and they will be counted and ran through a machine on April 2nd.
Thank you for that additional information, which can serve as a public service announcement to everybody who's here. Our registrar of voters just described the early voting procedure associated with the presidential preference primary, which is happening in person on the 2nd of April. But there'll be other early voting periods associated with the primary in the summer and with the general election in November. Thank you for that information. Okay, we're going to move forward with the folks on the queue. Alder Furlow's next, followed by Alder Walker-Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Evans, for your presentation, and Mr. Gormley for your explanation. And I think I probably ask this every year, but there's more than one registrar of voters, isn't there?
Yes.
And the Republican registrar is equal to you?
Correct.
I'm just wondering why the Republican registrar doesn't come to these meetings to represent the Republicans. I think that's important to note. That's also an elected position. I think I'm correct so far.
Yes.
And so that person ought to be here so that the complete weight of explaining everything does not fall on just one registrar. I just want to make that sort of question for the record, Mr. Chair. So let me just ask, I see part-time positions. So there are 6 positions in your office.
Correct.
1, 2, 6 positions. The only question I have is the part-time payroll for, what's that?
That is for the poll workers and anything that we need to use for election workers to come in, not for the permanent staff.
I don't understand. So it's $515,000. It's an agency that does payroll, or?
No, so these are the poll workers that you see when you go to vote at the various areas.
That comes to $500,000 to pay those workers?
Yes, there's.
So it's a collaborative of
I got
the poll workers, our runners, people that does AB cross-offs. You have our head moderators, you have EDR. It gets pretty pricey. And we are one of the best paying registrar's office in the state that pays for our people, over $300.
I've worked the polls, I remember. And you feel that 15,000 coming into a presidential election over is going to cover everything that we need for our poll workers. Food, is that also included in this line item?
It should be not in that line item, no. It should be under other.
But
it's there. Enough food for all of our workers?
Yes, we do budget for, we budget for food out of registrar voters, and then I actually have a line that they could use as well, my budget under contractual services.
Okay, great. And once again, thank you for all the work you're doing, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next is Alder Walker-Myers, followed by Alder Festa.
I will pass, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Alder Festa. Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, you were at our first CSET meeting with a workshop to explain the early voting. So that's always appreciated because we know how important voting is. The questions I have, so we know that there are other states that do the early voting, and we budgeted so $75K plus the 10.5 from the state. Did we look at what their budgets were like to get an idea of what the cost might be?
Honestly, I have not. Again, we don't know what's going to transpire between then. And so we thought maybe 75 would be a little bit, better coming in, along with some of the grants that the state was telling us that we're going to get. So I feel that it should be good for evening.
And I think Alder Festa, just to kind of piggyback off of that, I think as we go through this process, this budgetary process, if we find any additional money is needed, we have the process after all these workshops to add any additional funding if anything came up between now and the end of May. regarding early voting.
Okay. Yeah, I only ask because, there are other states that already do the early voting, and I don't know if the state looked into what approximate fees there are related to it, because you'll have to cover personnel, et cetera, and there was even talk about opening a couple of other early voting posts, other than just here in this building, but that discussion is down the road. For now, we have to see how things go. But I'm glad that the state is giving you the 10.5, and they're saying that they might give you more.
Again, we don't know, but hopefully they're looking for more grants. And also just kind of piggyback, other states, their legislators are a little different than ours as well. So there's really not a lot of comparison that we can do, as well as May and them was saying, there's an increase in a lot of things as well.
Yes. Okay. And then the next question is more for Mr. Gormany. I'm looking at actually our binder, so I'm not sure. It's 2-101, if that helps. But there's in salaries that it's $10,740 increase. But then down where it says agency roll-up personnel, it's $25,740. What is the difference between?
So remember, when you look at your binders, the agency roll-up is basically the major categories, right? So that correlates to those smaller line items. When you look at salaries, it's the salaries for the full-time people plus the 15,000 for the part-time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues for our Democratic registrar of voters representing the full office of the registrar of voters? Further questions from colleagues? I'll just make a quick observation, which is, the early voting period preceding the presidential preference primary is several weeks before this committee deliberates on the budget, and it's several weeks before the full board votes on the budget. And so we'll have a little bit more data in the weeks ahead about what the early voting is like and what the experience of the city staff is, so that if we need to make adjustments, we would be appreciative to hear back from your office, through the chair, through our staff, if there's things that we learn that cause you and our budget director to have a different estimate for what might be needed, would be appreciative of that information.
Thank you.
Further questions from colleagues on this office? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and I also want to say that Marlene did come, but she had a family emergency, so she apologizes, and she hopes to be at the next one, she said.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to seeing you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank
Ladies.
you so much.
Thank you. We'll now move forward to the Fair Rent Commission.
All right, the title slide is number 27.
Number 27 in the deck, brought by Mr. Gormley. And I see that we have our Fair Rent Commissioner and our Corporation Counsel. So when you two are settled, please give us your names and addresses for the record.
Good evening. My name is Willis Bermudez. My address is 121 Lexington Ave, Newmarket, number 11.
Patricia King, 32 Vista Terrace.
Thank you.
Michael Bowman, 45 Jefferson.
Still
there. Moving on to slide 28, again, as we started off the slide decks, to just give you a brief overview of the department and their mission statement. Fair Rent is under the auspices of the Corporation Counsel's Office from an organization standpoint, but also works very closely with the Fair Rent Commission as well. So again, you'll see their mission statement and the organizational chart there. Moving on to slide number 29. Again, like you've heard with some of the previous presentations, a lot of their increase for this budget is really due to salaries. This department has a full-time, one full-time person, one part-time person, and then our executive director within that department. So as I've mentioned prior, the 3% increase was applied to the two salaries and part-time as well for this budget. Looking at the next slide, Fair Rent does a lot with a very minimal budget. A lot of their budget is really driven by personnel within the department. And they have a small contractual services line item that pays for smaller items within the department related to the commission. So I will turn it over to Ms. Bermudez to talk a little bit about her department overall.
Thank you so much. Good evening. So the Fair Rent Commission is in charge of receiving complaints from tenants, specifically when a tenant has a rental increase that's excessive, that is proposed by the landlord that seems to be excessive, and if it's harsh and unconscionable. So we receive a lot of those complaints. That's the bulk of what we receive. But sometimes we also receive a mix between excessive rental increases and also the tenants have unsafe or unhealthy housing conditions in the unit. So it could be both. There is a third category of complaints, and that's the other. Sometimes in the lease, it will explicitly say that they are to have or have access to, let's say, certain things like air conditioning. I'm just showing you a random example. And then all of a sudden, the landlord no longer provides that. So a reduction in services would be the other category. Of those three, though, like I said, the excessive rental increases and then also the mix of the unsafe and unhealthy, we always rely on LCI to be able to perform the investigations related to figuring out whether or not there's any unsafe or unhealthy housing conditions in the unit to be able to actually cite housing code violations. And in terms of our highlights that we've had for the fiscal year 2023-2024, our cases have quadrupled. And I believe I mentioned this to you all the last time that I met with you, but they continue growing. So where we were at before, we took an average between 2015 through 2021, it was around 52 cases per year. We are now closer to 287 cases if we're looking at those two fiscal years, and obviously this fiscal year hasn't ended yet. So that's 287 cases, and adding on to what we're going to be receiving to come. We've also registered over 85 new tenant union members. There's been 5 new recognition of tenant unions through the Fair Rent Commission process. We have also had 2 high school interns through the Youth at Work program. That was last summer, and we currently have 3 Yale Urban Fellows through the Dwight Hall program. They're undergraduate fellows that are with us. We have developed a new online complaint process, both in English and Spanish, so it's electronic, but certainly if people can't access us through electronic means, then certainly they can come in person and or through the phone, we can file their complaints. We've launched an internal dashboard using the BoC system, so that helps us with our metrics. And our goal is by the end of this fiscal year to be able to produce a report so that we can quantify how many cases are we receiving by ward, what kinds of cases are we getting, and to really be able to better calculate those trends. We also have now 2 new commissioners, so thank you all for approving those. That's 1 tenant and 1 landlord who sit on the actual Fair Rent Commission. We have held 5 community workshops so far during this fiscal year, but we expect to have a lot more as the need is necessary. We've also updated the Fair Rent Commission website. Our goals for fiscal year 2024-2025, like I mentioned, is to
to be able to have a yearly report and have that provided to you all as well as to the community, to implement a public-facing dashboard, and to introduce new amendments to the ordinance, to the Fair Rent Commission ordinance based on the community's feedback. We want to host more high school interns as well as college interns, and to hold more additional workshops with the Fair Rent Commission. We want to recognize more tenants unions, and with that, we want to develop a fair rent coalition. One of the things that we continue to see is we are receiving an influx, not just calls, but for us to provide presentations to different municipalities. And those presentations end up being webinars, and they do take up, as you can imagine, time. And so we would love to have the ability to come together and build a coalition so that all the information that we are providing is streamlined so that everybody's getting it at the same time. We've received inquiries from West Haven, from Hampton, from Norwalk, from New London. I'll leave it there, but you can imagine. And so recently, on February 27th, we were invited by Senator Moore, chair of the State Committee on Housing, to be able to present regarding the Fair Rent Commission. And we were a guest speaker. And this was not just in front of the General Assembly, but also for other Fair Rent Commissions who now have been formed because of the new state law. It was exciting to have New Haven recognized as the golden standard for Fair Rent Commissions. So I believe we're in a very good place. We are certainly growing with the number of complaints and cases that we've had, and we want the opportunity to continue to be able to inform others of how to do this work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that concludes the presentation for Fair Rent.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your presentation. And now we'll have questions from committee members. Alder Furlow, and then Alder Walker-Myers. Alder Furlow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report. And thank you for doing so much in such a small office, making such a tremendous impact on a very important issue in our city. So with the new commissioners and with the new state law that has passed, and I just may not see it here, is there any money set aside, or do you plan on having any training for commissioners?
Yeah, certainly trainings is something that we do as soon as we receive a new commissioner. That's before they even attend a meeting, there are trainings that I provide them with. And there are also other entities such as the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, which has been providing trainings to new commissioners for Fair Rent Commissions as well. So that partnership has really been beneficial because they have the workshops, and then our new commissioners can certainly attend and make sure that they do. And then I also provide trainings as well. In reference to the budget, we have set aside, it would be under the $1,000 business travel. And the reason for that is because we're trying to connect with other entities as well. So that kind of partnership lends itself to us being able to go to different places and for our commissioners to have all the information that they need.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Alder Walker-Myers, then Alder Festa, then Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the work you do with that small staff. I heard you mention the Fellows Program and then having the ability to use 2 Youth at Work students during the summer. Is that like a yearly thing?
So the Youth at Work program, it is a yearly program, but then they have they have a break in between, right? So we can have a Youth at Work high school student come in by mid-fall, and then they conclude at the end of their school year, and then they reapply again for June. But in reference to the Yale Urban Fellows that we have right now, the undergraduate students, it is a yearly program that we have with them, and there's 3 of them right now.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was asking, because like if absent having them, how would that impact your work, I guess is my question, because you said that we are trying to form more tenant unions. And I would think that the work of the Fair Rent Commission will go beyond just forming the tenant union. You have to be some kind of resource. And with the office that small, was there any ability to have like the fellows and those youth at work, like be a part of the office basically? Because I know with youth at work, it depends on funding. So I just wanted to know the impact that really have on your office.
Having them there is really beneficial to us because it allows us to then focus on other areas. So certainly more people, the better. And, you know, we welcome growth overall in terms of staffing capabilities, because the trend that we are seeing is an increase in cases on a daily basis, and as well as the tenant union members.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers, Alder Testa, and then Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, thank you and your office for all you do. It is excessive. And while we're on excessive, I'm just curious to learn what is considered excessive in rent. And does the commission come up with like a percentage of what a landlord can increase of rent?
So it's on a case-by-case basis. And the reason why is because what might be occurring in one unit might not necessarily translate to another unit. But there is a state statute that provides a set of 13 criteria for the commissioners to make their rulings. For instance, if there's any unsafe, unhealthy housing conditions, the frequency of how much percentage their rent has been increased prior to. Another one would be, do they fall as part of a protected class? Are they elderly? Do they have a disability? And the list goes on and on. And so the rubric that they use is the set of the 13 criteria.
Okay, but there's no like a guideline for what a landlord can increase their rent. You know, 3%, 5%, 10%, because we know that, you know, insurance goes up and taxes go up.
There's no state law in Connecticut right now that dictates a specific rental percent maximum. Our state legislators in New Haven fought really hard to try to enact a rental cap last year, and it failed. And so it is something that is being actively worked on, but to date, there is no such thing in Connecticut.
Okay.
Yes, in other states, but not here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Testa. Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair Marchand. Thank you very much for all the work you do. My constituents are appreciative of all you've done thus far. 13 criterias, right? I heard mention of that your commissioners can look at to determine if a rent increase is just. How did that list come about?
So that's a state law.
Okay.
So when the Fair Rent Commission law was created back in the late 60s, that criteria was also set forth. And so that's a rubric that is used statewide by all, or supposed to be used by all of the Fair Rent Commissions.
And what happens when the landlords does not comply within those criteria and do a big excessive rent increase on any tenant unjustly? How do you go about getting that?
So with those cases, that's where the commissioners come in.
Yeah.
We try to negotiate before we go to a public hearing with the commissioners, so that the landlord can understand that based on the complaint that we're receiving, the tenant does feel that it is an excessive proposed amount. And then if we're not able to negotiate before the public hearing, then the commissioners look at all those 13 criteria. And it's up to them. They're basically, the best way I could describe it is they're the judges of the case. And so they end up ruling whether it's to increase it in a staggered way, whether to increase it, let's say 10%, or if there have been conditions that are unsafe, to then credit the tenant retroactively from the date that they filed the complaint. If there is an issue with the tenant having filed the complaint and then they receive a notice to quit, which starts the eviction process, the commissioners also have the ability to stop that from happening, to place a cease and desist order. So the commissioners actually have several powers once they receive a complaint, depending on what kind of complaint and what's occurring.
Excellent. Now, I think I heard 85 new tenants union?
So there's 85 new tenant union members, and there's 5 new tenant unions.
Okay. Are there any processes put in place for like buildings that have 5 or more tenants? We know, can form a tenants union. Do you have any processes that can help?
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, Alder Hamilton, because I think we're starting to go into a workshop on all the inner workings of the commission. And we really need to stick to the budget proposal. So if you want to talk about the operations, it should be in connection with a particular budget proposal.
Yeah, so noted. How much do you need to help you get? How much more people do you need?
Well, if I could have an additional administrative assistant, that would be amazing.
You know, because
that would be great.
I asked because you're doing you're doing yeoman's work in this community, and it sounds like you might need some more staff.
I welcome that.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Alder Hamilton. Further questions from colleagues on the proposed budget for the Fair Rec Commission? I have one. When you talked about the youth who were working in your office, the youth at work folks and the interns. On the one hand, that seems like, well, that could add capacity. But on the other hand, those folks have to be trained and supervised. And sometimes in the short term, if not more in the long term, adding staff takes some piece of capacity away from the supervisor. Now, I'm trying to understand how that's had an impact on your role, because to Alder Hamilton's question, adding interns, especially if they turn over, it's not a one-for-one correspondence. Another person adds like that additional capacity. It takes capacity as well. So how much turnover have you had in those ranks of youth who are employed through your office?
It does take capacity. So we had 2 high school interns through the Youth at Work program last summer. Currently, we have those 3 Yale Fellows, so it's a year-long program. One of those Yale Fellows was with us last year as well. So it's been helpful to have her, because then that provides guidance to the 2 new ones that have been coming. But overall, if we could have 1 additional full-time administrative assistant, we certainly welcome that.
Thank you for that additional information. Further questions from colleagues on this topic? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And we'll move to the next department.
Thank you so much.
So much.
Thank you. And now we'll go to the assessor's office. And I neglected to mention at the outset of this meeting that we did not get an update on the grand list on Monday because our acting assessor was not available, but he's available this evening. And so we are going to get the update on our grand list as part of his appearance before this body. And then we'll also discuss the departmental budget for the assessor's office.
Good evening, board. Alex Pullen, 6 Pequot Avenue, North Haven, Connecticut.
Michael Gorman, 45 Jefferson Road, Bradford, Connecticut. We're just gonna go right to slide 49.
Now, is this the update on the grand list, or is this the departmental?
So this is going to be a combination of both. I will just start off with
merging them together.
I'll just start off with the departmental budget. And then I will turn it right over to Mr. Pullen for the grand list.
Thank you.
Again, starting on slide 49 is just the mission and kind of a smaller org chart of how the assessor's office functions, which is really under the auspices of the controller and the mayor. And I will go to the next slide, slide 50. So Mr. Pullen's budget increased by $26,000, which was primarily personnel services. 21,000 out of that 26,000 was
personnel, which was due to the bargaining unit contract raises of 3%. His office is primarily made up of the management union and the clerical union. So again, we settled those contracts and they were due 3% going into the following year. There was a couple of smaller increases in non-personnel services. There was a $3,000 increase in professional meetings. So to stay on top of education within his office, Mr. Pullen and some of his staff do attend what is called assessor school and a few other trainings to make sure they're on top of all laws, regulations, ordinance, state law, whatever the case is. And then there was another smaller increase in books, maps, and et cetera. What that is that's books that they need related to their office, NADA, and a couple of other publications that their office uses when assessing and researching other matters. So we did see a price increase going into next fiscal year as well. Again, moving on to slide 51, which is just an overview of his budget. 96% of his office is just personnel. I will say Mr. Pullen does a lot with what he has, but 96% of his budget is city personnel. Moving on to slide 52, again, it's just kind of an overview of what I gave, which are the personnel and non-personnel changes, which are the general wage increases and the 2 line items that increased. And I am actually going to go to slide 54, which begins the grand list overview for the next couple of slides, which Mr. Pullen will talk about.
Okay, so the 2023 total grand list is $19.9 billion. The 2023 net taxable grand list, and this is reading directly off of the slide that you guys are following on. The 2023 net taxable grand list is just shy of $9.1 billion, an increase of 5.4 million, or about 0.06% when compared to grand list 2022. Real property specifically is up 0.62%, so less than 1%. Motor vehicle is down 6.45%, and personal property is down less than 1% at 0.36%. Residential property is up 0.2%. Commercial is up 3.44%, and apartments are up 6.46%, with industrial up 0.38%. Now, this is typical of what you see in a non-revaluation year. As you know, properties in Connecticut valued every 5 years, and there's usually not much growth in between revaluation cycles, unless, of course, you get new properties that are coming onto the tax roll or substantial rehabilitation to properties that are already there. As you also know, in the city of New Haven, we have 2 assessment deferral programs, one of which is the As of Right program that anyone can get, the other being the enterprise zone. So depending on where your building is located. And due to us having those 2 assessment deferral programs, most large property owners, if you're building a large apartment building, if you're building a large commercial project, you take advantage of those 2 programs, meaning that anywhere between the first 2 and 4 years of that property being constructed are exempted. So even though you may see buildings going up all across the city, there's no determinant as to what year you're going to start to see those increases on a particular grand list. So you may have 2 years of construction and then another year at still 100%. And if you're talking about a building that went from 50 to 100 million, that's $50 million that is not yet actualized on the grand list. But when it hits, and it stays there forever. The tax exempt grand list is up 0.62%. And the tax exempt percentage of real estate decreased, but minimal, from 56.32% to 55.16%. And that's just, those percentages are not due to properties coming on and off the list, but just more of the values changing the percentages slightly. Rounded up, about 10 billion of the total grand list is non-taxable. And when you break that down into its components, about 4.3 billion of that is Yale University. 1.3 billion is the hospital, municipal, city-owned, 2.4. State is 1 billion, and then everything else, all of your churches, your charities, that all equates to just under 1 billion. If you go to the next slide, it shows the grand list exempt property value. And this is as of grand list 2021, but not much has changed since then because 21 was our revaluation year. And you'll see New Haven as compared to many of the surrounding and other large towns in Connecticut, you'll see that New Haven has a much higher value of exempt property, with the second being Hartford, and we're nearly double. But you guys knew that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. The next slide that you'll see is really just a comparison of the grand list by year, all the way from 17 up until now. As you can see, the real estate grand list is continuing to grow. And even with the list being up, or the net real estate grand list being up about $48 million, because our grand list is so large, you don't see a huge percentage increase because that 48 million only equates to less than 1%. So that is sort of a high level overview of what's going on with the grand list. I know it's not as detailed as in a reval year. It's not as sexy as in a reval year. It's not as much going on, but that is the state of where the city's list is.
So with that, Mr. Chair, again, the assessor's office from a budgetary perspective grew very minimally, which was really just by contractual salary increases, but that will conclude the assessor's office presentation.
And just to quickly add, I believe we went up $2,300 for books, and that was a result of previously the NADA book, which has now been replaced by JD Power book. It used to be a flat fee for all of the municipalities, but then a year ago they changed to a model where they base it on how many cars a municipality has. So everyone's now paying a different rate based on how many cars are in their city. And there was really nothing we could do about that because the state recommends one vendor for these books, and pretty much everyone of the 162 towns in Connecticut go along with that. For next year, it may be changing, and we may be then going by MSRP, which would be a little bit different. But who's to say if we're still using the same books or not? So we still need to keep that money in the budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your presentation. We'll now have questions from committee on the departmental budget presentation as well as the grand list update. The queue is open. I see Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this thorough report. Just a very quick question. The state, 1 billion, that must include Southern, is that our public colleges?
Correct. And state-owned properties next to highways, things of that nature.
Okay, and I'm gagging over this 4.3 billion with Yale, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Further questions? I see Alder Festa, and the queue is open after that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pullen, for your presentation. I'm just curious, can you just touch on, so there's real property is up 0.62%. Motor vehicle, we knew that was going to drop because of the mill rate. And then there's personal properties down 0.36%. Can you just give us what is real property and what is personal property? We know what motor vehicle, just so residents know as well.
Real property is all of the land and buildings that comprise every building you see in the city. So all of the building, all of the land, all of the vacant land, all of the public utility, that is all what we consider real property. Personal property would be any furniture, fixtures, and equipment, pretty much anything that is movable inside of a business. So if this were a business, that flat screen TV, these chairs, this table, pretty much anything that's not affixed to the real estate would be considered personal property. There are some things which are a little trickier, like tenant improvements, which you really have to look at it and determine whether it's real or personal. Things like cell phone towers, where the tower itself would be personal property, but the value of the lease would be considered real property. So, but those are kind of one-offs. And usually, if it's in a business and you can move it, then it's personal property.
So do you know why that dropped? And I only ask because I feel like we do a lot of ribbon cuttings with businesses and restaurants, et cetera. And if those items inside of those businesses are taxable, why is it down?
Well, that's actually an easy one. If you were to look at the number of businesses or the number of business personal property accounts in 2023 versus 2022, we went from 3378 to 3376. That's a difference of only 2 businesses. What the general public does not know, but what we know in the assessor's office, because we do this every year, is that United Illuminating makes up 50% of the personal property grand list. So typically, and I can say this because I looked at the numbers since 2019, every year that it goes up or that it goes down, or I can at least say this with certainty since 2019, with the exception of 1 year, it's driven by UI. So this year in particular, the personal property grand list went down about 2 million, and that's because UI went down 8 million. UI goes up, the list goes up. UI goes down, the list goes down. They are the #1 personal property taxpayer, and they make up 50% of the list.
That's actually very helpful to understand. And then just, let me find that question. Motor vehicle. We have a lot of out-of-state licenses that, we see every day, which affects obviously that number. But we also have a law that states if you're going to be in the state or in the city for, I don't know if it's 2 weeks, they're supposed to register their car. But we know we also have all these colleges and universities with out-of-state students, et cetera, that are also supposed to register their car. They could keep their license plate, out-of-state license plate, but aren't they supposed to register with the city and pay some kind of tax here?
They have 2 options. They can either keep their out-of-state license plate and register with our office under personal property, which many of them do. We had an initiative many years ago where we used to have an outside company to do this. And once it started happening, and of course you have a lot of cars with Yale closer to downtown. And, once the students started to freak out about this, the university started to pass out pamphlets during their freshman orientation and to let their students know, this is what you're supposed to do if you have a car on campus. So they can either go that route or they can switch their plates over to Connecticut plates. We are currently in the process, because it's been a while since the city has done it, looking at going out to create an RFP again for another outside vendor to possibly try to pick up these out-of-state plates. But it has been done in the process, and now we kind of do it on a case-by-case basis. If anyone calls us, if we see it, then we send them a personal property declaration. Oftentimes it's hard because every state is not as easy flowing with their information. So, you know, we can't send someone a bill just because we saw a car. We need to know their name. We need to know their address. You know, you can have a car parked 3 doors from your house. And sometimes we even know what the house is, but we send it in the wrong name, or we send it with no name, and the person's not going to pay that. They're going to look at it, rip it up, and throw it in the trash.
So it's hard to track, really, any out-of-state plates that haven't registered with the city.
That is correct, but there are companies that do it, and we have employed one of those companies in the past, and we're looking to possibly do it in the future.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues about the assessor? Are you okay?
No, I forgot one.
Did you want to ask another question?
Yes, it's
Okay.
just, you know, brain fog hit. Just the, I knew I had one more. Did we have any major developments that came onto the tax roll as paying in full? You know, like 360 came on board a few years ago.
It'll be probably about 2 years before we have another really big one that hits, and that's one of the ones on College Street is coming soon, but it's not next year. I think it's the year after. Don't quote me on that. But pretty sure it's in 2 years.
And anything big that came off?
If there was anything that was big that came off or on, we would have saw a bigger swing in the grant list.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am done now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues? I have a couple. I have no questions about your departmental budget. Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to focus on the grant list as my colleagues have. Could you just remind this committee about the methodologies that your office uses for the real estate grant list? It's different for commercial versus residential versus, and if you just remind us what that is.
When you look at computer-assisted mass appraisal and what we as assessors are tasked to do every 5 years, we employ the 3 generally accepted approaches to value, which are the sales approach or the market sales approach. And that's typically used for residential homes, pretty much anything under like 5 families. Then we also have the cost approach, which is the cost less depreciation. How much would it cost to rebuild or reconstruct a particular house, like say it had burned down or you were creating it from scratch. And also the income approach, which takes the income and expense statements that are filed each year by income producing properties. We subtract the expenses and we apply a market capitalization rate to that to determine what an income value would be. And we produce what you see when you walk into our office, and those are the field cards that you print out. Now, the field cards are essentially a modified cost approach. It takes into account the income approach, but it needs to be translated into a cost approach because we need to be able to adjust the value of a home if, say, something is knocked down or if something is added on to. And if it was just a straight income approach, there really wouldn't be a way to do that. So those are the approaches. Typically for income producing properties, we look at it the same way that an investor would. Someone buying it is not going to say, well, how much did the last McDonald's sell for? Or how much did the last bodega sell for? No, they're going to say, how much money can I make off this? How much money are they making off of it?
So we obviously must comply with whatever state laws apply.
Correct.
But we have some discretion to determine which of these methods to use.
Well, we use both. It's just when you look at it on a field card, you're looking at the modified cost value. Now, if you were to call our office and say, I want to look at the income card as well, and if we have an income card, then that we could also show you and they're really, because they're supposed to be reconciled, the numbers should be relatively close to one another. And if they're not, then you know that there's some abnormality with that property. Either one of the approaches is wrong, or there's some nuance about this property that you would need to know about that would probably be in the notes. Say, the owner has had the same tenants for 15 years and doesn't want to charge market rent. So that's why his income approach doesn't make sense when you look at a market income approach or when you look at the cost value.
I raise these questions because every now and then there's some discussion in the public sphere about if only the city changed its approach to how, or its methods for appraising property, that the city would get more bang for its buck. There would be a bigger yield in the grand list. But the answer that you're giving doesn't seem to indicate that. In other words, do you think we're getting the most out of our grand list based on the methodologies that we use?
I think that the only way to do better would be to, and it would be expensive, to hire single use appraisals for specialty properties or for properties above a certain level. And that, what that would really do is that would help us in court so that we wouldn't have to do that later on during the litigation process. But I do think that, you know, we do the same thing that everyone else in Connecticut does. And we look at the three approaches to value. I mean, there's a reason that there's three of them. And certain properties, it makes more sense to use two of them. Certain properties, it makes sense to only use one of them. So there is a little bit of discretion there. But when you're looking at a city like New Haven that has 27,000 parcels, you know, the fact that there's mass appraisal, there's no way that we could possibly do a single property appraisal on every property.
Right.
It wouldn't be cost effective, and there's no way that there would be the time to do it.
Understood. So if we did take a more individualized approach, it would be on a very selective basis where there's good cause to believe that that would yield some
correct
beneficial return. Okay. Thank you for that. Excuse me. I beg your pardon. So when we look at the tables in our budget book that show the taxable grand list, there's, you know, obviously there's a big divide between exempt and taxable. But within the taxable, there's also exemptions that are taken off. And so I'm wondering if it's in regards to these tax deferral programs that you're mentioning, or is it the other categories of exemptions beyond the big ones
well,
that it's worth remembering?
As you mentioned, there are two separate categories. You have exempt properties, such as state property, Yale, churches, charitable organizations, synagogues, mosques. Then you also have personal exemptions. Now, when you're looking at personal exemptions, yes, the largest of them are the assessment deferral programs, but you also have veterans exemptions, you have blind exemptions, you have disabled exemptions, you have the city and state elderly programs. Let's see what else we have. Those are the big ones when we look at personal exemptions. And then, of course, on the personal property side, you have manufacturers exemptions. On the motor vehicle side, you have commercial truck exemptions. So all of those are what you would see on the taxable grand list as far as exemptions. And even when in the first year of the revaluation, the alders and the mayor approved the 2-year phase-in, that was applied as an exemption.
Okay. Thank you for going through that. I appreciate it. Last question. And I've asked you this before, and I think the answer is probably the same, but I want to ask it again, which is, you know, we've had a pattern of growing the overall exempt tax, the overall exempt grand list is growing. We know that Yale and the hospital are a big part of it, but there are other parts of it as well. There's a view out there that that exempt property is growing in overall acreage. But in years past, when I asked this question, the answer I think I got from you was that it's not so much a growth in acreage as it is a growth in value on the existing land. That so it's kind of an intensification of development in these exempt areas more than sprawl. Is that still the case, or are we seeing that the footprint is growing on these exempt entities?
No, Yale just spends a lot of money on this stuff. When I looked at it this year, there's only 22 new properties that came onto the exempt list at all. And I think only 9 of them came from Yale, and they were very small. So it's just a matter of them,
all the money being poured into those properties,
building their things to the gold standard. And that's how they build. The reason that some of those buildings have been around for hundreds of years.
Or they look like they have.
Right.
But that's on purpose. All right. Thank you very much for those answers. Further questions from colleagues? Thank you very much, Mr. Coleman, for your time and your answers. And we're going to move forward to the next part of our agenda, which I believe is your department, Mr. Coleman, Department of Finance, Other.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, because the offices work hand in hand, if we can combine policy and management and finance.
That would be great. We're
And I
happy to do
believe
that.
our controllers here as well.
As long as you help us be clear on which one.
I'm just gonna go, finance is right, actually the next slide after Mr. Cullen, so we're just gonna go right in that order. Finance and then policy and management. Page 57 is the title slide. Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road.
Dr. Christy St. Perry, 222 Ashland Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
I'm gonna go right to slide 59, which really gives the budget overview. If you notice, finance went down by $44,714. So that's a combination of personnel expenses and non-personnel expenses for the department. So one of the areas, we did have the contractual increases within bargaining unit contracts. But we also did have a few position eliminations, primarily part-time positions. And again, this gets into the next Office of Policy and Management with those part-time position eliminations. But one of the primary reasons that the departmental budget went down was because the health department is at 424 Chapel. So if you remember in past years, finance budgeted for the health department lease. In this fiscal year, we budgeted 6 months and made sure we got into 424 Chapel Street in that 6-month period. So therefore, within the finance budget, that helped the department kind of level out the contractual increases that we've seen within the overall department. The next couple of slides, because finance is in charge of tax collections, that's where the tax collector's office is. So what we like to do is just kind of show the revenue that is generated through city taxes. So as you can see, as I gave with the overview, the mill rate went up by 1.48, which is generating, a little bit over $14 million in additional taxes, which you can see on this collection revenue chart. The next slide, 61, really deals with the levy percentage. So the levy is basically all the taxes that are generated once the mill rate is set, all the tax accounts that are taxable in our system generate what we're going to collect on taxes. And we look at the overall tax collection percentage from prior. The city has generally been between 97.5 and 98.6 since fiscal year 2010 from a collection percentage. With the amount of exempt property that's not taxable in a city our size, those are pretty good percentages as an overall collection rate. The next slide is really just an overview of the budget for finance. So finance also pays for other areas. We do comprise of different divisions, such as accounts payable, internal audit, but we also have central services, which pays for
postage, citywide, office supplies, and other areas. So that's why on on the finance pie chart, you see there's a big mixture of rental services plus overall salaries. Moving on to slide 63 is our license permits and fees. We do have a small portion of the license permit and fees budget. We are not looking at changing any of that. Slide 64 just gives an outline of what I've already mentioned. We have the 3% for the positions, and then we eliminated a part-time data control clerk and a part-time accounts payable, and that will go into the next office that we'll talk about. What I want to do before I get into the next office is just give Dr. Samperi a second to kind of talk about the next slide, 65, which is really what she's seen in her first couple of months and just a few overviews and goals.
Thank you. So I just like to say that I've been here for 2 months and 1 week so far. And this is just what I've seen and as well as tried to implement in such a short period of time. The first aspect is streamline financial procedures and utilize technology for more efficient reporting. What I did was I went to all the various departments, talked with each person, as well as see how their processes are and if there's any issues. I also worked with my IT department to see if they could rectify those issues so that their work is more efficient. As well as the next thing that we're trying to do is also digitize all of our records. The financial department is full of paper. I'm coming from an industry that was all high tech and we never saw paper. We scanned it into the system and then that was it. And we had records for over a decade saved in our corporate library. Here, you have to go digging through a vault or boxes to find documentation. The second aspect is maintaining a tax collection rate of 97.9% or above. That can be accomplished through online tax payments as well as efficient electronic filing options. I know that I have spoken to one bank where we collect our tax online payments through to see if we could somehow waive the 3% fee that is charged to taxpayers who pay their tax online with a credit card. So that is something that I'm trying to work on, getting that fee waived, because the last thing a person wants to do is pay their tax in addition to pay a fee just to pay their tax. So that trying to get that eliminated would be beneficial to the public. Upgrade city financial technology, including online applications for vendors and customers. We've seen that through the approval, I believe, of OpenGov, which will help streamline financial reporting, budgeting, vendors getting applications into various projects and bids that we have going on throughout the city. And the fourth is enhance city financial reporting through creation of transparency in portals such as Open Checkbook. This will create transparency of financial reporting of outflows to vendors, such as where the money is going and how much the money is going, so that there is a transparency with the financial department and the public. And lastly, work closely aligned with the Office of Policy and Management and Grants.
So that's kind of an overview of what we've been working on in the finance department as Dr. Samperi has come on board. So what I'm going to do, because again, it all goes into one from a finance standpoint, is go right to slide 68, which really begins the Office of Policy Management and Grants, and other city departments that fall under both the finance and policy management and grants. So the policy management and grants budget went up by $175,983. That is primarily due to the contractual increases for the departments that fall under that. So under policy management and grants, we have employee wellness, accounting, treasury, management and budget, risk management, and shared procurement responsibilities with Dr. Samperi. So
The other aspect of the salary budget is we are requesting a new position within this department. We are asking for a deputy director of policy management and grants, which would be part of the confidential section of the executive management and confidential manual. So this position would really assist with personnel matters, such as hiring, disciplinary matters, and other areas of personnel. One of the things that my office does is work with labor relations on labor negotiations. This position would also assist with labor, working with labor relations on those matters. Obviously, it's a delicate situation when we have unionized members working on unionized labor negotiations. And I am one person, and we have a lot of projects going on. Now, the other area that this would assist with is Dr. Samperi's area, as well as finance in those different areas as well. In the past, and we looked this up, in 2002 and 2003 was the last time that finance actually had 3 deputy controllers. After that budget cycle, those positions were actually eliminated within the budget. So at that time, finance had 71 people. So you had the controller, someone acting as the budget director, and 3 deputies. At this moment, we have approximately 80 positions when you count special funds, and just myself and Dr. Samperi. So, that's one of the primary reasons that we're looking to add that deputy position into the budget to assist both of us. So we could concentrate on the strategic overall financial position of the city and the vision of the mayor within finance. So I'm gonna move on to slide number 70, kind of just outlines what I just said. Now, when we were looking at the new position, we looked at not just adding a new position with salary, we did look at if there were areas that we could eliminate to possibly pay or at least offset some of the salaries. So as you can see in the orange box, we did eliminate some of our non-personnel matters with temporary and part-time help. That's student interns and other areas that we have. We still do have a budget for that because that is one of the programs I help with in HR, and I was an intern, so we still do have money left over. But we also eliminated, again, the part-time data control clerk position and the part-time accounts payable auditor. So working with Dr. Samperi and those division supervisors, we were comfortable with eliminating those part-time positions to offset the costs. Slide 71 just kind of gives an overview of our goals and initiatives, which really mirror finance. I mean, one of the areas I've looked at is really trying to streamline transparency, especially on the financial reporting side. That was a little harder the last 3.5 years in doing both roles. So now that Dr. Samperi is on board, we can kind of bring up those initiatives. One area that I'm really looking to bolster as well, which my office oversees, is grants. We actually hired a grant writer and policy coordinator. We're looking to expand the grants within the city and looking to expand that section. So that's really one of our goals as well in the upcoming year. The next few slides deal with other departments. As you know, we manage other departments within the city, such as central utilities. We really have a status quo budget for most central utilities. So remember, utilities include gas, oil, electricity, natural gas, phone, internet, and such areas such as that. One of the things, most of the budget was status quo, but we did add in 270 Foxen because we own that hotel. We had already made an allocation for 424 Chapel Street when we did this year's budget, so that wasn't an add-on That was an add-on in this year, but 270 Foxen was the newest property acquisition, so that is what really drove the increase in central utilities budget. Non-public transportation is private schools that we are obligated to do transportation for. So remember, the Board of Education deals with New Haven Public Schools transportation, but there's a budget on the city side to deal with private school, and I forgot the other category, transportation, which is by state law. So we do separate out those budgets, and that's in on the city side. We do still have contract reserve. We have 2 union contracts out. We have the police contract, which is currently out. The fire contract is ending this as of June 30th, so we still do have a contract reserve budget. In various organizations, I talked about the democracy fund increase during the registrar of voters presentation. We did add a $30,000 contribution for the New Haven Pride Center as well. And then Chapel West, that is set by city ordinance. So based on the formula in city ordinance, we did have to increase that allocation based on our pilot funding and the certain properties that make up that district. We have to give Chapel West a certain percentage of the allocation based on city ordinance. Moving on to slide 73 are some of our biggest areas that we manage for finance. Pensions increased by 1.6 million for when you look at the SERP and PNF contributions. Our general liability insurance increased by 2.6 million. Our litigation settlement was a status quo budget, and our medical benefits budget was status quo as well. On the medical benefits side, we have done things in these past union negotiations to try to help offset some of the medical increases, such as going down to 2 plans in most bargaining units, which really comprise of the PPO plans and the health savings accounts. We've been at many monthly meetings where we've seen medical has actually had gone up in the last 7 months. Part of that reason also was we didn't have those plans implemented based on the timing of the negotiated contracts. Some of those plans that we actually negotiated actually just was implemented in January, so we kind of expected some of that increase. I actually just got the analysis, which I owe this committee from our medical consultant, but as I said prior, we did see some increase during the first 6 months of the year in prescription drug costs, some one-time costs related to surgeries and diseases and things like that. I'm still analyzing some of the data that I received from our medical consultant, but happy to share that with this committee as we talk about the medical costs for the city. Again, medical costs is one of those things where it's very fluent. We try to take a look at past experience and what we're experiencing, but it's just one of those areas that we can't predict. Some years we're able to bend the curve on medical costs, which is basic level medical cost for the city, but then sometimes we have those few claims that just drive everything up. So again, we're really looking at the new baseline, especially since we've implemented some of the new union contracts in place, and that's just one area that we're watching very closely from a city perspective. The next few slides are really just charts that were included in the overview of that I gave, which really deal with our pension costs and our debt costs. And again, debt is listed on page 78. We did see an increase based on our current debt schedule of $3 million, but as I mentioned at the overview, and working with our financial advisors and underwriters, we are actually have the opportunity of refinancing some of our 2018 debt without actually extending the useful life or maturities of that debt. So that was built into this budget as well. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes both the Department of Finance and the Office of Policy and Management and Grants and other departments.
Yes. Thank you both for that presentation. There's a lot that we could dig into there. And I'm now going to open up to questions from members of the committee on finance, office of policy and grants, finance other, questions from committee members. Alder Festa is on the queue. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to shuffle through some of my notes here. But I guess I will start with the ROI on the pensions. You were going to get back to us about the rate of return.
Yes.
The actual.
The actual rate of return. Yes, I will get back to you. I do not have that.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
As of Monday, yes, we had a couple of things due this week, so I did not get a chance to look into that.
I'm taking the cape away.
It wasn't in the budget to begin with, so happy to take it away.
And then just.
Alder Festa, you're following up on a request made Monday, right? Okay.
Yeah, I was just asking in case he.
We'll definitely follow up.
Great, thank you. Okay, debt service, help me understand this. The principal and interest budget increased by 3 million, but the next chart shows the increase in debt service. Does that balance out, or it's just that?
So getting to that chart.
Which is on page 79, so 78 and 79.
So page 79 shows the debt payments that were made up to this point. So if you look, that chart goes from 96 to only 2025 only, because that's the budget.
Right.
So from 1996 to 2022 are the actual principal and interest debt service payments that were made on slide 79. On slide 80 is the one that correlates to slide 78. So slide 78 shows the projected debt service for the future years. And that's what slide 80 really just shows the numbers in a chart format, basically.
Yeah, and I guess I'm trying to figure out if principal and interest increased by 3 million, does that go towards a debt payment, debt services?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's paying off our debt. So yes, that 3 million is based on that debt schedule that you see.
But does it lower those debt payments at all?
No, that's the actual debt payment. So based on our bonding, so think of your mortgage, right? If you had a variable mortgage, your interest rate goes up and down. Each year you make payments. That goes towards paying off the principal and the interest. It's the same thing with the debt. This is our schedule of all the money we borrowed over time.
Yeah,
And
no,
these are
that I
payments.
understand. I guess I was trying to see if our principal and interest, okay, you know what?
So
I
the
think
3
I
million is based off of this year's budget was 71 minus 3 million, right?
Okay.
And then the budget is increasing from this fiscal year
Right,
to next
next,
fiscal year
yes.
by 3 million.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Hang on. Sorry. Okay, I'm looking at page 70 where you're eliminating some positions to make up for the executive. Were those vacant positions?
Yes.
Do we have more vacant positions that aren't filled?
I do have vacant positions, but those are full-time positions that are critical to the function of both finance and policy and management. I wouldn't.
I wasn't asking that
Yeah.
question. I was asking, do you have additional vacancies and how long have they been vacant? And what are we doing to fill them?
A couple of them were vacant within the last month. Some have been vacant since the beginning of the year, such as like we're competing with IT positions, which fall under finance. Those are really difficult to hire for right now. We have a position in treasury. We have, we just lost our audit coordinator, not lost, well, finance. He moved on to another department within the city. So that's now a vacancy in finance. So again, we have various positions that have been vacant, but I believe some, depending on the division, probably like 6 months to a year.
Okay, so it's nothing that's been.
I can get back to you through the chair on the exact length of time, but off the top of my head, not extensively.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at, we have some positions that haven't been filled in a very long time, but those seem like it's not the length that, to be alarmed yet. Maybe for you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, through the chair, I can certainly get back to you on some of these, just the ones off the top of my head that I'm thinking about. Not a scary length of time, but definitely we want to fill them.
Okay. Now, I was just more concerned about the ones you were eliminating to see if those were vacant or if folks were going to be moved around. But it sounds like they're vacant. And then regarding, now I can't remember the exact name, the IT position, will that help with some of the initiatives that Dr. Samperi, you mentioned regarding digitization,
Yeah, the chief technology officer that's budgeted in the mayor's office will certainly help. I think that position is looking at the long-term strategic vision of and IT infrastructure for both the city and Board of Ed, but I also think some of these projects that require an IT expert, especially in software and hardware, that position would certainly help because then it will also free up our IT directors to help out with some of the projects that were mentioned. So the position will certainly help in some of these initiatives.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll look through my notes, but I'll yield for now. Okay.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Excuse me. Further questions from colleagues on these organizations? Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. And I apologize. I have thumbed through this 100 times. I can't find it. So I'm looking for the deputy's salary range.
So when we looked at we did executive management, E8, which was really in line with, which is really the range as like the deputy coordinators and I'd have to pull the other, but the deputy controllers were, when they were here, were in that range as well. The salary that we are looking at for that position is, I believe, 132.
Yes. Is it there?
Yes.
132. It's on your chart, but I'm looking in this book. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gormley.
Yes.
I owe you a cupcake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Further questions from colleagues about finance other, Office of Policy and Grants. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just found 2 more questions, so thanks for circling back. One is, you mentioned the Foxen Boulevard property and the expenses, obviously, are there for that. Are we considering any type of like solar panels or some kind of offset to help with the cost?
I believe, and through the chair, I can probably get you more information, but I know Director Winter in Climate and Sustainability, I mean, he's always on top of matters like that. So, I mean, I can certainly check with Director Winter on if there have been any discussions on solar or any other climate and sustainability initiatives. Honestly, I wouldn't have that information.
Okay, just to bring the cost down of some of these, including our new building on Chapel as well, if anything's been done there. And then a question regarding, are there departmental credit cards out there, and how do we regulate those? If there
So
are?
we do have department procurement cards. The way that that's regulated is through my office, through purchasing, through my office purchasing in the controller's office. So procurement cards work the same as any other expense. You still have to follow procurement guidelines. You can't just go out and make purchases. We have tedious documentation that people have to fill out when they do make use the procurement cards. We do that mostly on a monthly basis, have them fill that out and submit the documentation and things like that. But yes, it's treated like any other expense in the city.
And does someone have to sign off on every expense?
Yes, that's part of that tedious process that I make people go through on having signatures on the forms. You know, you have the person who used the card or the project or whatever the expense was, and then you have the department head or the coordinator for the department head signing off on that as well.
Okay, and so it's just one sign off from
No,
the
you have
department head, but then it goes.
You have the person who made the purchase or was managing the project or whoever that is, and then you have that secondary signature, which is usually the department head or the coordinator for that department.
And then you review it?
Yes.
Does your department review
We
it?
we review those.
And I'd just like to add, all the receipts of anything purchased has to be submitted as well.
With that form.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues on this topic? Alder Punzo.
Thank you for the presentation. You said the general fund went down 44,714 because of the move with the health department?
That's one of the primary reasons. That was about a $275,000 reduction to the finance budget.
Do we have any plans in the future of moving out of Meadow Street to save more money?
So right now, the city is completely out of Meadow Street. I think that's a conversation really with the Board of Education because they lease and they own part of Meadow Street. Oh. So the city is completely out of there, the health department and the clinic. So that's really the Board of Education is there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Punzo. Further questions from colleagues? I just have a couple things. One is I look forward to seeing that analysis from the city's medical benefits consultants. I'm interested to see the analysis on the cost drivers. And that's all I have for now. Well, I would just note, obviously, the big things are the pensions and the debt service and the that's the fixed costs. But you mentioned that in your overview. You mentioned it again tonight. There's not a lot of questions to ask about it, but you know, we keep having to deal with it, and it's a major cost driver for us.
Absolutely.
Okay, further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you, Dr. Sandberry, for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Gormany, you are not yet released. We would like now to hear from our illustrious Director of Legislative Services. I just want to let our patient friends from the Corporation Counsel's office know that we've saved the best for last. But we will be taking a 5-minute comfort break after the Board of Alders and before your presentations. We hope that doesn't delay you too much, but it's very much needed.
All right, Michael Gorman, 45 Jefferson Road, Connecticut.
Lucas, 66 Harbor Close, and leaving Connecticut.
All right, so Mr. Lucas's budget, this is right in the beginning. I'm just gonna go right to page 5, which gives an overview. I'm sure you guys are familiar with what Mr. Lucas does. So, his budget increased by 30,717 within the department. That was primarily all salaries. Looking at and examining the director's salary, we did bump that up slightly more than the 3%, along with our city coordinators. But the unionized staff, which is made up of the management and professional union, all their salaries increased by 3% based on the contract. So unless Mr. Lucas has anything to say, his non-personnel budget was status quo. We will need to, just as a caveat, make a few adjustments to that during the technical process, based on some information after the budget was submitted, for legislative services, to the non-personnel budget, but as it stands before you as presented, it's a status quo budget. So that is what I have, Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, just so the alders know, and thank you for that, especially all those who just came back. Part of that change is adding additional funding for our NLC trips, as well as additional funding for our newsletters and cell phones, to give everybody the opportunity to do more of that, to reach out to their constituents. So those are the things you'll see in the technical changes that will come later. But other than that, yeah, everything that Mr. Gormley said is indeed true, even though we were just illustrious. Not the best.
So with that, Mr. Chair, we conclude the presentation for legislative services.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions from colleagues about the budget for the Board of Alders / Office of Legislative Services? Questions on this one? Alder Phillip.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a clarifying question, as my colleague from the 30th Ward. So this, we're going to get a technical amendment, which will have edit numbers for travel and any other adjustments. So what we're looking at in this book is not correct. Okay, great. That's all I have. Making sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Phillip. Further questions from colleagues on this particular budget proposal? Seeing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are at the point where we're going to take a brief recess before we conclude the evening with the Office of the Corporation Counsel and their voting on. We are in recess.
Is there a number?
I didn't have any buttons. Thank you. I asked them if somebody started it and asked the last grade.
Oh, so it wasn't started. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I didn't know that either.
Is that still running?
Yeah, that has to run because it's YouTube.
All right, well, we'll just
Figure
make
it
sure
out.
not to do that again.
They have to listen to YouTube all over again. You not feeling well?
No, and then there's a lot of stuff going on, so, like, I might literally trying to figure it out.
Anything I can do for you?
No. Almost done. One more.
We have one more.
Yeah, Corporation Council and then.
Then we have that item,
this,
right?
Yeah, but that won't be long. That one won't be long.
That's just a transfer of funds.
Well, you never know.
Never.
It's just a, yeah.
I gotta remember to drink coffee.
Yeah, they don't have any issues?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but, yeah.
Oh, I can do it here.
Yeah.
Or tea, either.
Tea.
Might be drinking another soda.
Mm-mm.
No, not even a diet one.
Oh, diet, yeah. Yeah, diet can do it.
I told John to give me some Chinese food or bring it to my house.
Pretty much. Right.
I gotta remember on these nights to take a nap in here.
Do it. Listen, I remember one budget season, I got so sick. I used to have to go home and take a nap just to be able to come.
Yeah.
As soon as I got off
I
work
was
today,
like real sick.
as soon as I got off work today, you know what? I had to go home and take a nap. I did just that.
Yeah, it don't have to be long.
Doesn't have to be long.
Yeah, please.
I mean, like, you know, I do have time. I mean, I do run it around, but I can make time.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
And I think I need to do that, you know.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah, 15.
Or if you gotta get up, you can do that too, because you have a book. You got this book, like the information is here. Like, if it gets too much, you can definitely go. Because anything can happen.
No, you're absolutely right.
We try to do the public in the beginning, so they're not waiting all the way to the end.
True.
Yeah, that's smart. Speed process.
Yeah, like, I like the way they put like group them together. These are the quick.
This is good.
Yeah.
The other ones are long.
For the end is always long. But it is, like I said,
My first.
that's all.
We was in here midnight, 1 o'clock in the
The
morning.
lights went out. The lights went out. We was like,
That's an indication. Time to go.
remember sometimes those, used to get so long. It's like, come on. After a while, you can't even really concentrate. Like, trying to keep it right.
Chocolate. Well, the chocolate brownie blizzards from there.
Oh, come on. That's too much stuff in that. They got the chocolate chunk.
Yeah, I had all that stuff in it.
Oh,
I was sitting there thinking about that all night.
Oh, go tomorrow.
Yeah, just gonna have to.
Go tomorrow. Mm-mm. Yeah. Today I went, I saw by our office, they had the truck that got the canned, the like pancakes with the ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I'm about to try it. I'm having one. I didn't like it.
Oh.
I picked the one that had the fruity pebbles and the strawberry. I put
Oh.
strawberry. It wasn't like I wanted to be like
Give you
sugar go up,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's
Sometimes you
worth
need
it.
that.
Yeah, but it wasn't the one that was worth it.
What was it called?
It was right by the office.
It was?
Like right there. Like I parked my car and had to walk past it.
Oh, I'll stop by that tomorrow.
I picked the wrong one. Like I picked the fruity pebbles. They had some you know, it was like strawberry syrup, caramel, all this stuff. I said, if I'm gonna go for it, I'm gonna go for it. I picked the wrong one. I didn't even eat it all. I like taste. I'm like, wait, this ain't. And the pancakes was still it was still warm. And I was just like,
I'm a chocolate and peanut butter guy.
oh, they had one with that.
Ah, I'm stopped by that
They
tomorrow.
had that, and it had like candy pieces and syrup. Really?
I like peanut butter.
Peanut butter jelly sandwiches.
Oh, I used to
eat that all
love.
day.
I used to
day.
love peanut butter.
Sometimes that.
Eat it now.
Yeah.
It's quick. It
I
hits
have
the
one
spot.
more I go home tonight.
The thing with me is that after a certain time, I can't eat.
Yeah.
It sits on my stomach.
Not
I'll be
good.
up all night.
That's right.
I tell you, I'm so sorry, y'all.
That's why I don't.
Yeah, it's been sitting on my
Some people,
stomach for years.
some people can eat anytime eat big meals. Go like
Yeah,
that
no.
would kill me.
I'm that kind of a person. I'm that person.
Oh, you could just no matter what time.
No, I can't.
I'll do beans.
Beans?
I'll do baked beans and hot dogs. Oh. Bar none, that's my favorite meal.
I actually like that too.
Baked beans and hot dogs. Yep.
But I like it with kielbasa.
I put cheddar with it. A smoked cheddar.
As a kid, my mother used to make hot dogs and beans.
Mm-hmm.
Nice one.
Those are the good ones.
I mean, they call that the poor man's job. I'll be poor all day long back in.
Well, my favorite is hot dogs, but boiled hot dogs with sour cream.
Really?
Boiled hot dogs with sour cream.
I like mine. I like my hot dogs fried. Yeah, I like them
with mustard.
Mustard, sauerkraut, put some relish on it.
Oh, I don't put no relish on mine.
Well, I grew up. When I grew up, we had 7 hops. Way out there.
Oh, yeah.
And you had all the outdoor, Jimmy's and all those places. And we used to be there every night. Every night. We used to have, how many hot dogs we used to grill.
You could never get tired.
Those are the good ones too.
Well, back then, this is the God's honest truth. You were able to buy it. We used to go every night. We were young kids and we didn't have money, but
right.
3 hot dogs, an order of fries, and a soda for $1. I thought it was only 15 cents, 20
Oh,
cents.
yeah.
French fries.
Oh, try that now.
Yeah, I know. Hang on.
I'd be hungry.
Yeah.
I'd be starving.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember the first McDonald's in Orange on the hill, 15 cents. That's how old I am.
That's all right. You age gracefully.
I got some sausage from y'all.
Roger Wood. I got Roger Wood from.
You got Roger Wood? I don't know what they just brought to me in a plastic Ziploc.
I got Roger.
Yeah, I would tear them jokers up tonight. I can't wait till I get home.
Isn't that a subset?
I can't even drink coffee after. If I drink coffee after like 12, it was just I'm like that.
This is my third cup today.
I only drink it in the morning and one. I can't be doing all of that.
Coffee is more brother.
I'll get one tonight before I go home.
I only have one a day in the morning, so if I had to drink it at night, it would bother me.
I'll fry up my sausages.
Yeah, me too. I can't. I remember sometimes I visit a friend, it'd be like.
Have me a cup of coffee.
Late afternoon.
Grab my sausages.
I was.
Some eggs. Yep.
I love that. Oh my God. Sausage, peppers, and onions, oh my God. All together,
I went to John's, the hospital. I had that today.
sometimes I go to the market near you, Nika's.
Nika's is
They
good.
have a
What's nice is that they're so busy, there's turnover.
Turnover.
Right,
So not-
I mean, it's
not
fresh,
worry about-
everything is fresh.
Not worry about food getting stale. or anything.
Nika's always good. If I go to Nika's, I go to 10 o'clock. They go here at lunch.
I love having lunch out on the outside. I can't wait for it.
There it is.
I'm going, yeah, that's why I eat
Yeah.
They're not expensive at all.
Oh, okay, well, we should talk about food, we should,
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are going to resume our meeting. I pushed record. So we're good. We have a couple of items left on our agenda. One is the budgetary workshop for the Office of the Corporation Counsel. And the second item is a voting item, an ordinance amendment to provide a transfer and amendments to legal services agreements. So we'll start with the budgetary workshop. I understand that there's a subsection of Corporation Counsel's office that would like to go first. So I think that's labor relations. So the labor relations folks should come first for that component of the presentation. And then I think we have several dozen attorneys here. We might need to, use more seats than what we have here at the table, but we'll figure that out in a few moments.
All right, thank you, Chair Marchand. Everyone, we will start on slide 22.
And before we start on slide 22, let's get names and addresses for the record.
See, I left for a second. Forgot.
Good evening. If I say good night, would you all think I'm leaving? Because I want to say good night. My name is Wendella Off-Batty. I am at 33 Cold Spring Drive, Bloomfield, Connecticut.
Hi, my name is Curtis Stubbs. I'm at 232 Farmington Avenue, F6 in Hartford, Connecticut.
So thank you, others. So looking at slide 17 gives an outline. I'm sorry, I think I said the wrong slide. 22. 22 just gives an organizational chart of how labor relations works. Moving into slide 23 is the budgetary outline. So the budget is increasing primarily due to personnel. Within their budget is Director Al-Badi, Mr. Sub, and then we do have a labor attorney that is reimbursed by the Board of Ed. I think Mr. Thomas Lamb during Monday's presentation briefly mentioned that position. But again, that's reimbursed by the Board of Ed and would work over at the Board of Ed when they hire someone. The driver of the labor relations budget is we are asking for a new staff attorney position, which would be for the city's labor office. So what I will do is I will turn it over to Ms. Al-Badi to explain the need of that particular position.
Thank you, Mr. Gormany. The city has approximately 13 bargaining units covering approximately 5,000 employees. When I joined the city's employee 2 years ago, we had a number of a significant backlog. We settled 6 cases. We settled 6 contracts last year. You're all familiar with that. Arbitrations have significantly dropped in the 2 years since I've been in office, and Mrs. Stubbs joined our staff a year ago. We have, in fact, we don't have as many arbitration cases because of the work that Attorney Stubbs and I do. We literally live in the city, we live in our office, and that's not sustainable. We're not as young as we used to be, but our labor force seems to be. And so we have worked really, really hard, and I'll give you some numbers. In fiscal year 2021, there were 135 grievances filed, 35 MPPs, which are municipal practice filings. In 2022, there were 66 grievances filed and 23 MPPs. In fiscal year 23, there were 40 MPPs and 26, and 40 arbitrations and 26 MPPs filed. And that's as a result of the work that Attorney Stubbs and I have been doing day in and day out. And that just accounts for a small portion of what we do. We actually handle all the labor aspects. As you know, labor is the spoke that drives the wheels of the city. Every single department has bargaining unit members, and just about everything crosses through labor relations. So it's every department, all of our employees, and it is a monumental task, which we are not able to do just the two of us. It's not just about arbitration, it's contract negotiations, advising all the departments, it's discipline, it's terminations, it's just, we work very closely with HR. I can tell you that 8 to 10 hours a day, we're at our computer, just following up on emails, filing cases. Even though there has been a significant increase in the outside counsel budget, that's as a result of the very large, very public case last year, the Cox case. Most of the fees for our outside counsel has been as a result of that. In fact, we are so diligent in the use of how our taxpayer dollars is spent. Attorney Stubbs and I have been keeping most of those cases, trying to work on most cases ourselves. Very few cases have been referred out to outside counsel. The cases that our outside counsel are working on are cases that have been continuing from 2022, 2023. A significant portion of that has to do with the very protracted negotiations with the police contract. As you know, we settled 6 contracts within labor relations ourselves without the use of outside counsel. We are about to start negotiations on the fire contract in a couple weeks. So it's not at the rate that we are trying to settle matters before they actually get to arbitration. It is not possible for just Attorney Stubbs and I to do that without reaching out to outside counsel and continuing to increase that budget. So that's why we feel there is a need for another. We actually need a staff attorney just to handle police and fire. Just police and fire. In fact, outside counsel doesn't do all of our arbitrations. Attorney Stubbs had an arbitration case this afternoon, but 1 o'clock today, and we do all of the informals ourselves. We don't send those to outside counsel. We assist the outside counsels with the formal arbitrations. I mean, we work very closely with them, providing documents, providing the support they need from an internal standpoint, and it's just a monumental task. We've been told that there are 12 arbitrations that are going to be filed within the next week to 2 weeks. 12, in addition to what we currently have. So there is a tremendous need for another staff attorney in labor relations.
So as far as the increase in the personnel section, that's really what that is for. On non-personnel, I will admit there was an error on my part that their outside counsel line was reduced by 25,000. That was actually not supposed to be reduced.
So that will probably, most likely, I'll work with Chair Marchand on the technical amendment side with that. But other than that, there were very small minor changes to their non-personnel section of their budget, which really related to training and other office operations costs. So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes the labor portion of the budget presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. And now we'll take questions from the committee members on the labor relations portion of the Corporation Council budget. Questions from colleagues on the labor relations portion of the Corporation Council budget proposal. Give colleagues just a moment. Well, in the interim, I will ask a question, which is, what strategies, if any, has your office worked on that would have the goal of trying to prevent grievances and arbitrations?
We try to settle most matters before they actually go to arbitration. The matters that go to arbitration are matters that we don't feel can be settled or cannot be settled contractually. In other words, it would be a violation of the contract to try to settle some of those matters that are brought before us. So those are the matters that go to arbitration, such as terminations. We have no control over termination matters. Once they're terminated, union has the right to file to arbitration, so.
Yeah, I guess I could give an example. There's a new agent for one department for the union, for the Parks Department. And since we were starting a new relationship, we've really tried to focus on working things out ahead of time. And I talk with him at least once a week, and we've settled a lot of things that might have otherwise gone to a grievance. And we've settled things that were, we've decided grievances that might otherwise have kept going on to arbitration. And I think, my impression is that that local is happy with the more cooperative and trying to solve things approach that we did not have with the former agent there.
So that's the business agent who comes from
the union representative,
the council or the international union, as opposed to like a worker who works there who's a steward.
Right. And so we think we can sort of duplicate that model, work with other locals to find ways to solve things at the lowest level. And we've also, Dylan's really worked hard on trying to get the lower level management to sit down with the union rep and try to find a solution and not send it up to us because a lot of things were ending up at labor relations that really could have been solved at the first step. And it seems like that's working. Thanks.
I think a large part of that also is retraining our management, our division heads. Policies, we've been working very closely with HR to establish really, really strong policies that have already existed. It's just that nobody's really been paying attention to the policies. We've established that if you have a contract, that's really your governing, that's your Bible. And so within the bounds of the contract, we try to settle our disputes. And what's fair is fair, and what's not is not. And there are no gray areas. It's either black or white. It's either a contract violation or it's not. And so if we can get to the point where we can re-educate or continue to educate our managers, our directors, our division heads on how to understand the contract, how to interpret the contract, how to work around the issues before they actually get to the I'm going to file a grievance stage. then, and it's out of my hands. Once the grievance is filed and I hear it the first time, then it can go to labor relations. I don't have to deal with it anymore. We are trying to establish those relationships and allow the parties themselves to work on building, their working relationships, so that labor relations is not always the arbiter of, so to speak, of everything. And what that means is that every day, every hour, every day, we're fielding calls, we're answering emails, we're addressing issues, we're advising, we're counseling. That's what that means. And I think at some point we'll get there. It's a slow pace, but we'll get there.
Thank you for those responses. I recognize the culture change takes time to affect. Of course, in my day job, I'm a chief steward, and so I come at it from the union perspective, but I find that if you have both parties trying to figure out how to resolve things early, it can make a big difference. Because when things take a long time, positions harden and people start to feel a certain way. And as those feelings increase, then other forms of resolution are not possible anymore. And the last thing I would just quickly say is that should this body, the Board of Alders, approve this additional position, should we do that? I would think that one of the skills you would want to look for in an applicant to that position would be someone with a mediation experience and with interest-based problem-solving experience, other forms of interacting with counterparts other than just straight up like winning the case kind of experience.
And I think that's why it's difficult to fill these positions, these type of positions, because you can't fill these positions with new people. It's got to be people who have some experience, collaboration, coalition building, negotiations, those sort of soft touches. And that's not something that you get coming out of law school or as your first job or your second job. That's something that you develop over time, relationships and understanding. He has been an excellent addition to our office. I don't know how I would have made it through the last year without Attorney Stubbs. I don't know how the city would have made it through without Attorney Stubbs over the last year. And we were fortunate it took us a year to find Attorney Stubbs. And I'm sure that it will take us, should this body approve it, will find us an equally long time to fill the position because of what we're looking for and what we need.
Thank you very much. Further questions from committee? Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, folks. Ms. Rondella, did I hear you say something like probably department heads might need a little more training to help solve situations before it gets to a point of arbitration or, non-communication, I call it, till you get to that arbitration?
We think that our managers, the ones that are coming up through the ranks, they get placed, they're promoted up through the ranks without really any training or background or skills. And we think that's where part of the issues are with our managers as they come up through the ranks, deservingly so, but they need that training. They need to constantly be re-educated and trained. It's difficult to throw someone who has been a worker, a laborer, into a position of being a manager without the skills and the tools. And that's what we are here to do. We're here to support them, to teach them. We literally have to teach them how to read the contract, understand the contract, understand what sections of the contract mean. I sat with a manager, a deputy recently, and I said, if you can sit down and learn the contract, particularly the grievance process, that's the best education you can have. You've got to read it backwards and forwards, understand it backwards and forwards. Just read it. Every minute you get, just try to read it. And then come back. A lot of times when I get an email, my response is always, well, did you look at the contract? And then I send them the section of the contract. And I say, let's talk about that. Let's talk about what this means.
And do you see in open contracts that are coming forth for negotiations now, possibly police or fire or whatever those departments are, do you see the need to train those, presidents of unions to, just be prepared and can work to negotiate a good contract for the membership? I mean, how you preparing them?
Well, there are a couple of things that, let me unpackage a lot of what you said.
Yeah.
We have to know our role, and our role, Curtis and mine,
Right.
is to represent the city's interests.
Right.
Keeping in mind, we have to be respectful of the employees. The unions have their own leadership,
Okay.
so to speak. At the end of the day, the members, the employees that make up the union leadership are still our employees.
Right.
So they still have to, they're still governed by the rules that we establish within the workplace. So it's a fine line that we have to walk. I can't straddle the fence and educate them. I can only talk to them about work rules. We can only talk to the managers about what you do in certain situations. If they come to us for advice, we give them advice within the confines of the contract. So, it's a fine line.
A difficult one.
We have to refer, in most cases, employees, when they come, they can't come directly to us. We have to tell them to go to your union.
And to their manager.
And to their manager.
Right.
Thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Further questions from colleagues on the labor relations component of the Corporation Counsel's Office budget? Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification, because it was mentioned that arbitrations are down in MPPs, but then in our binders here, there's an increase in dollars. It's not a lot of dollars, saying that the money is because of an increase in arbitrations and dealing with drastic increase in grievances being filed, MPP cases, litigation costs, and cases being filed to the American Arbitration Association. Just
There
little
is
confusion.
a significant backlog of cases that are pending before the boards. Remember, we recently came out of COVID. Many of the arbitrators are just getting back to work. So those cases are now being scheduled for formal hearings, litigation hearings. And so that's what we have to defend those cases that have already been filed.
Okay, so those are past cases, not
Those are past
new.
cases. Now that the contracts have been settled, the parties have settled into their contract, and there's going to be a period of adjustment. There are going to be grievances that are going to be filed because they may not understand certain terms in the contract. New terms, there are lots of new terms in the contract. And so there's going to be a period of adjustment which will invariably increase filings, arbitration filings. Even the managers may not understand some of the new terms. So our role is going to be a lot more involved in trying to reconcile the new contracts so that people understand, in addition to the policy changes that we're trying to put into place and enforce. So we're coming at the employees from different directions, but we just negotiating pretty hefty pay raises and contracts, and we want our employees to understand that that's what you negotiated, so you've got to live with it.
And also the request is for an additional staff attorney. And the way it was explained, though, it almost seems like, do you need an attorney or do you need more of a mediator?
We need an attorney because obviously somebody was experienced. The cases that go before the state board, even if they're appealed or filed into court, you need to have a license to do that. You need an attorney to do that. You've got to know the changing of the laws, the labor laws. Attorney Stubbs and I are going to a conference next week that's offered by the Bar Association on the new the evolving labor laws. Lots of things have changed since COVID, and we need to keep up with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions on this piece of the Corporation Counsel's Office? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
We'll now move on to the rest of the Corporation Counsel's Office, which I think is on the slide here. And We may not have enough chairs for all of you, but we will figure it out. We can also have some folks sitting in the first row. So we'll just take a minute to make sure that everybody gets situated.
I brought my own chair.
I love her.
Michelle, my team doesn't use anything in the budget except for shredding, so I'm sitting over here.
You guys want to say your name?
Names and addresses for the record, please.
All right. Patricia King, 32 Vista Terrace in New Haven.
Good evening, Roderick Williams, 20 Lancelot Drive, North Haven.
Catherine Lamar. I can project. 1654 Eldraza Boulevard, New Haven.
Michelle Dupre, 175 South End Road, East Haven.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Corporation Council, their budget is actually on slide 17.
All up in there.
Go ahead.
So within the Corporation Council's budget, there were really two items that increased. Personnel, which I mentioned during a lot of the other budget presentations, were based on the bargaining unit contracts. There were no new position requests in the general fund section of the budget. Within the special fund section, we've talked about it multiple times. There is an attorney for LCI as part of the new positions within their department that falls under Ms. King's department since it's an attorney. But again, working in LCI, that is again under the special funds grant section of the budget. As far as the non-personnel section goes, the biggest increase in the budget for Corporation Council is for their outside counsel budget. We did look at the outside counsel budget for the Corporation Counsel's office, tried to estimate some of the cases. As you know, it's legal service, so it's, you know, you have ongoing cases and potential new cases. You don't know what's going to come about in a fiscal year. So we did end up looking at their budget and increasing it by $300,000. So on the non-personnel side, that was the largest increase. And then again, on the personnel side, it was the raises, because their office is mixed of 3 unions, which includes the attorneys union, the clerical union, and the management and professional union. So I will leave it to Ms. King to talk about the increase in outside counsel and the personnel changes.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee. I will try not to go on too long because I know it's late, and we'll be happy to take your questions so you can get the information you need. As Mr. Gormany said, we have an additional position, staff attorney position for LCI in our budget, which we badly need, particularly given the expansion of LCI in the enforcement area. My understanding is LCI is going to be divided into community development and housing and enforcement. Right now, I have one attorney who's assigned to LCI. He also backs up the staff, the attorney for economic development, John Ward, when John Ward needs help. So there's times when we are very pressed for counsel for LCI matters, and he handles a lot of the real estate dispositions and contracts that go through LCI, in addition to trying to keep up with all the enforcement issues. And as I think you've heard tonight from members of the public, LCI is in need of additional staffing, and if their enforcement is going to increase, then we need to also increase the attorney backup in my office. We have assigned our newest litigator to do some of the court work. we're working on a motion, order to show cause for some zoning violations. So we're hoping to use him for to work his way into the litigation aspect, because Michael Pinto, our LCI attorney, is not really a litigator either. He serves a lot of functions and provides a lot of support to LCI. But we really do need another attorney. I understand in the past, there were 3 attorneys at LCI at one point, and over time, the positions got cut. But I think with the increase in enforcement, we definitely need the increase in counsel to back that up. The outside counsel budget is always sort of the bugaboo of the budget, I guess. We're here, as you will hear us shortly, about our amendment to increase the outside counsel budget for this fiscal year, so it certainly makes sense. And an anticipatory move to allocate more funds for the upcoming fiscal year. And I think the main reason why we anticipate needing those funds is that we have had an increase, most of which were filed this year, in cases involving wrongful convictions and other police misconduct cases, but it's mostly the wrongful conviction cases that generate a lot in outside counsel fees, because often there's more than one police officer involved. And generally, if there's a claim of punitive damages, which almost always is, each officer needs their own counsel, as you saw in the Cox case. That also continues for some of these wrongful conviction cases. We have 5 of them now pending. 2 of them were pending when I came into this job in 2020. The other 3 have been filed in this fiscal year, and name a number of defendants. So we have a number of individual attorneys that we've had to assign to those cases. They're very tough cases. They go back to the 1990s. Most of these cases go back to convictions in the 1990s. They require a lot of discovery. They require a lot of work. The plaintiff's counsel is very aggressive, and we need to fully defend the city to determine, to go through the discovery process and to determine the validity of some of these claims. And those cases are very active. We have one that's very active right now. They require a lot of depositions. We have to locate witnesses. We have people down in Georgia. A number of these officers are either deceased or retired. So those cases are a lot of work. And I think given the activity that we anticipate in those cases, it makes sense to look forward into the next fiscal year and increase the budget. Believe me, we'd like not to have to use it. But at this point, we're not in that position.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes our presentation for Corp Counsel.
Thank you very much for being succinct. We appreciate that. And now we'll have questions from committee members on the rest of the Corporation Council budget proposal. Questions from colleagues. Alder Fester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Do you have a bed in your office?
I would like one.
So the LCI is asking for additional personnel, and you're asking for an attorney to cover the LCI department. Do you know what we collect with enforcements?
I don't know that.
Because we're supposed to enforce through LCI and collect penalties, right? I mean, that's what it's supposed to. So I'm just trying to think, is there a cost offset here? If we're gonna hire for enforcement purposes, and I see Mr. Gormany lowering his mic, so maybe you can help out here.
So yeah, there is, and through the chair, I can certainly work with LCI on getting those exact numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head, but as we mentioned, this is a grant funded position. So this has no effect on the general fund. A lot of what LCI does is done out of CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant. They do enforcement on blight and things like that. They have a few other grant programs, so residential licensing and other things that this attorney would be working on. So those grant funds, those combination of grant funds is what would be paying for the attorney's salary.
For how long?
I mean, those programs have been in existence for a while. I know we've guided CDBG for over 50 years, I believe. So as long as we have those programs going and they're sustainable, we always budget the salary and benefits as part of those grant funds.
Okay, I just want to, I guess I should rephrase that because the money is not guaranteed. Special fund money is not guaranteed. And yes, CDBG is, you know, it's there, but what if we don't have the funding for this position?
Then we do it like all our other grants. That's something that we look on at a yearly basis or based on the time period of the grant, right? As we look at all the expenses associated with that grant. So that's no different than the inspectors that are paid off the grant, the paralegals, the councils. We just look at that entire budget every year to look at the anticipated grant funding that's going to be received.
Okay, I guess I'm just looking at worst case scenario. Because a lot of special fund positions try to become general fund positions, and I'm just seeing where we are with this position. But I think, just checking here. All right, that is all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues? Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just a very quick question. Just wondering, how many litigators do you have on staff? If you don't know, then I'll just make that request to the chair, and maybe that'll be easier. Just wondering what the breakdown is of those that are your support staff.
We have.
Those that actually do litigation.
Let's see if I can get it. We have 4 litigators who are new attorneys. We have that we've hired in the last fiscal year, or just before the last fiscal year, I think. We had a number of vacancies, as you recall, when we lost a number of attorneys. So we've been able to fill those positions. So we have 4 litigators who handle generally state court, a lot of our kind of garden variety litigation, sidewalk fall downs, car accidents with various city vehicles, and some of our federal litigation. They've been doing in some of our oddball sort of assorted litigation that comes in. Rod himself does some litigation. Michelle Dupre handles CHROs, and that's administrative, but if you're thinking about that as litigation. So that's basically who we have right now on staff for litigation. We have 1 litigation position open that we intend to fill with an attorney who can be assigned over to the Board of Ed. And Leah Alexiades in my office is currently assigned to the Board of Ed. And he would come back to the city side office and fill that litigation spot. And we would put another attorney over at the Board of Ed. So we have been trying to fill that position.
Thank you. And are the litigators, are their pay scale more? Does it cost more to have a litigator than it does? What do you call the other ones, like staff attorneys or?
Well, we have transactional attorneys. Okay. You know, Catherine Lamar, supervises our transaction staff, and we have at least 2 attorneys who do transactional work. Aaliyah does the contracts for Board of Ed, so he does some transactional work as well. But they're all paid, they're not paid differently based on their position. They're all basically now, I think, in the same salary step, except for our newest attorney, and our 2 newest attorneys.
And that might be what you were experiencing the other day with the coming in. Okay, I got that. Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. Further questions from colleagues? Excuse me. I just have one, which perhaps leads us into the next item, but you mentioned that the wrongful conviction cases are one source of the need for additional budget for outside attorneys. What other things are contributing to that, and what level of confidence do you have that over time that budget for outside attorneys will go down because you will have a more seasoned and experienced staff that hopefully stays, that will be able to handle a larger percentage of the cases that are now being farmed out to these other firms?
Well, I have a fair degree of confidence that we will be able to handle a lot of the general litigation that we had been sending out to Milano and Juana. As you remember, when we lost the 3 attorneys in 4 months, we worked out an arrangement with Milano and Juana because they left. When those attorneys left, we were left with a caseload that was more than we could manage. So a lot of those attorneys, a lot of those cases went out to Milano and Juana. We paid on a per file basis. So it doesn't make any sense for us now to take the cases back because we've already paid them to do them. And they've gotten excellent results for us. They've been, they were a great resource. And they have handled a federal case that required quite a bit of work as well. They've done a few of them on an hourly basis. So there's that type of litigation we would be able to keep. The multi-defendant litigation we pretty much have to send out, because if we have 2 police officers, for example, who are sued in the same case, we can't, under the attorney conflict rules, we can't assign those cases to 2 different lawyers in our office. Only one can stay in our office, and the other one has to go out. The other would have to go out to a different firm. So the multi-defendant cases are still going to need outside counsel. Some specialization cases, we had a couple of election complaints this year. So we've used outside counsel for that. We've used outside counsel for tax appeals and some of our more complicated real estate matters. And some of our higher value personal injury cases, like the motorbike accidents, we've had a couple of those. Police pursuit cases or alleged pursuit cases, we've sent some of those out to some of our more experienced and seasoned trial lawyers that work with us on a regular basis over the years. So yes, we'd like to keep more in-house. I think we are doing that now as we get our new staff people up and running, and if I can fill that litigation position that I have, that will be even better.
Thank you for that additional information. Appreciate it. Further questions from colleagues on the Corporation Council budget request? Alder Festa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You triggered it, sorry. So assuming that you fill the vacancy, get this additional attorney, why then would we still need the $300,000 to accommodate additional legal services?
Because as I explained, we have active multi-defendant cases that are ongoing that are going to require a lot of work.
Okay, so it's for existing cases.
These are for
we've been
existing
working
cases,
on.
right?
You're not looking to the future that we might need this $300K. It's for what you have already in your back burner.
Yeah, yes. I mean, we've had such a high degree of activity in these cases that I think it's prudent at this point to anticipate that high degree of activity is going to continue as these cases make their way through the discovery process and through the system.
Okay, so these are it's for existing
cases. And I don't know I would imagine if we get more of those cases, we'll need those funds as well.
I think it's a combination of both. We looked at existing cases and anything that potentially could come up. I mean, we just don't know what's going to come up in the future, but Some part of this is based on what Attorney King was saying with the existing cases.
But it's also without the two attorneys, the vacancy and one that's being asked for.
So when we look at the budget, we look at it from a few different perspectives. So we're also looking, I mean, one of the perspectives was with this being filled, and I think with the attorney positions being filled, but as Attorney King mentioned, there are various situations where we could fill all the attorney positions, and like she said, if it's a multi-defendant case, only one attorney in the office can work on it, and you still got to go to outside counsel. So, so there's different scenarios that we worked on when it came to this budget.
Yeah, and I guess we're most like the medical expenses that Mr. Gorman was talking about, that, you know, we just can't predict. You know, if we could control it, would be a lot easier, but we have to be reactive in this situation.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure, you know, because it's two attorneys that one is a vacancy and one you're asking for, but also 300,000. But I get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we're now going to transition to our final item on the agenda, which is a voting item. It's a public hearing item, which is the transfer request and the request to authorize increases in the maximum allowable charges for 7, I believe, firms. So who's going to present that?
So Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut. I guess I'll start off and they can do their names once I turn it over to Attorney King.
Okay, and for the record, get it over with. Pat King, 32 Vista Terrace, New Haven.
I am Rod Williams, 20 Lancelot Drive, North Haven.
So again, as Chair Marchand mentioned, this is a transfer that we're looking at in relation to outside counsel, different law firms looking to increase their contracts. This transfer was originally submitted for $800,000. After discussing with Ms. King, we are asking the committee to amend this to, I'm just going to round it to $800,000. What is it? It's late.
We're with you.
$800,000, $4,000. 800 for.
804,000.
Thank you, 804.
And I have, in honor of National Pie Day, I have a pie chart.
Oh, I thought you had a pie.
No, I could use a pie right now, but
So-
pass those around that.
Thank you.
That, this does break down the request by law firm.
So again, we're gonna ask for $804,000 as an amendment. We will submit the updated transfer form. Just so everyone knows, a bulk of this funding is we have a line in the budget called expenditure reserve, which was put in the budget originally for unanticipated expenses that may come up during the fiscal year. So we're transferring $500,000 from that line item. And then we have a couple of salary accounts where we are projecting vacancies, the assessor's office, community services, and youth and recreation, traffic and parking, and finance. So that would make up the remaining $300,000. And then again, we would update one of those lines to include the additional $4,000 that the Corporation Counsel's office is requesting.
Do you know which one we would bring up by an additional $4,000, Mr. Gorman?
I can do the finance line, so the very last line on the transfer form, by $4,000.
So finance lapsed salary account.
Yep.
You will request, we amend that from $50,000 to $54,000.
Oh, correct.
Thank you.
So with that being said, I'll actually turn it over to Attorney King and Mr. Williams to explain the transfer.
So, before we, I guess to explain the reason for the increased request. what we did was we asked our outside counsel firms to estimate what they thought they would need to get us through the fiscal year, when we knew we had to make this request. This fiscal year, after the end of last fiscal year, Paula Purnell in my office and Rod and I started reviewing the outside counsel contracts on a quarterly basis to check to see where the billings were, against what their contract amount was. So we could try to get it ahead of this and catch overages sooner rather than later. And it became apparent that we were going to need more money, so we asked the firms to estimate what they were going to need to get through the fiscal year. We got an estimate from Burcham, which we provided was up to $99,000. And then we had been using our city Burcham contract to help out labor relations because they had covered they had exceeded their labor relations contract, and we were covering them out of our contract because we weren't using that firm for any city-side business. After we got the $99,000 figure from Burcham, labor relations asked them to take on 2 more cases. So that brought their estimate up to $124,000, which you can see here on the pie chart. So that was something that came in after we had made our initial request. And then labor relations had asked them to take on 2 more cases. So that led to the increase in their funding. Based on the pie chart that we have here, the firms that help us out with the police cases are the firms that are making the lion's share of the request. Howden Ludorf handles a lot of cases. They handle a number of police misconduct cases. They handle Tom Gerard at Howden Ludorf generally quarterbacks these cases for the city. He's done an excellent job for us. He keeps up with some of the cases that are working their way through the criminal justice system so that he can anticipate and we can prepare if and when lawsuits are filed. We have a fair amount of background knowledge. And over the years in representing the city, he's developed a lot of institutional knowledge about various police officers over the years and how the department is functioning. So they're an invaluable asset to us, and their rates are among the lowest that we pay. We get great rates from all these firms. Karsten Tallberg, they're also an excellent firm that works on our police cases, has handled some other federal litigation for us as well. Massini and Boccio and Jordan is a firm that was formed by some attorneys who split off from Howden Ludorf, so they're already experienced attorneys in police cases. They often will get one of our defendants if there's a multi-defendant case. And Sussman Duffy, Tom Caton there handles a lot of our police cases as well. So those, and Sussman also does tax appeals for us. So that's the makeup of their request. Massini handles some other personal injury matters that they took over after we lost attorneys. A lot of those are getting resolved now, so hopefully going forward we won't have as many of those type of cases to refer. Howard and Sage handles some of our real estate litigation, and they also have been doing tax appeals for us, a lot of tax appeals. Milano and Wannet, as I explained, took over a lot of our garden variety files when I lost the 3 attorneys in 2022. So we need some funding to help them along, and they've also handled a federal court case that was particularly difficult regarding property on Chapel Street that's close to getting resolved. Cohen and Wolf helped us out with the election matter, which is still before the state election enforcement folks. And Metzger-Lazarek does some consultation and work on employment matters for us. So that's kind of the breakdown of the pie chart. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I think Rod can answer questions. We do try to keep in-house what we can keep in-house. So hopefully going forward, we'll be able to have a little bit lower expenses. And the other driver here is that the courts have picked up. During COVID, I think the first year we didn't use all our outside counsel budget. And, but since the courts are opening back up, we ran some figures for litigation settlement, and Madam President is probably well aware. Right now, about 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, litigation settlement has seen about the same number of cases as it saw the entire last fiscal year altogether. So the courts are processing these cases faster, calling them in for trial. And, so those have been getting resolved and going to litigation settlement. So that's been also another driver, is just the general increase in court activity.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We will now have questions from committee members. But before I open the queue to colleagues, I just want to ask a clarifying question.
Yes.
In regards to Birch and Moses, the requested increase is being increased to $124,000.
Yes.
So then the amount of the new authorization you're requesting would be $223,000 as opposed to $198,000. Is that correct? Okay. Because if you add $124,000 to $99,000, it gives you $222,000.
So that's about, yes.
Okay, so just want to confirm that's the actual number you're looking for. Because your pie chart says here's what the delta is, but the actual legislation says.
I know,
what
I
the
understand,
number
but
is.
the change
So I just
came
want
about,
to
yeah.
confirm that.
No, I appreciate that, and it's also now a contract over 100,000.
Okay, so that would be 223 for Birch and Moses from 99. Okay. All right, that's just a clarifying question. Colleagues, who would like to get on the queue? Questions for our Corporation Counsel office on this request? It's a budget transfer and an authorization to increase the contracts with these firms. Questions from colleagues? Alder Morris.
Just a quick question, because this comes up all the time. Do you think you'll be coming back to this table for a transfer, I guess, before the new fiscal year? Because each time when you guys come to the table, it's like, yeah, this time I think we'll be all set, but then life happens, right?
Yeah, I know.
And so do you think that what you're asking for now would at least bring us to, I don't know if this is supposed to just figure out all the cases that these people have, or is this supposed to just bring us to July 1?
What we did, this is just supposed to bring us to July 1. We did ask the law firms involved to estimate what they thought they would need to get us to July 1. But again, I wish I had a crystal ball, because then I'd be able to give you a definite answer. We don't know. We could get served tomorrow with another multi-defendant police case. So we would like not to come back. We don't take it personally, but we're sure you'd rather not see us here again.
Right.
So, but we would like not to come back, but.
You answered it. I just wanted to be clear that at least I wouldn't be shocked if you came back to the table with this, as long as we don't get anything else.
Right.
This brings us to July 1 or June 30th. And then there's, depending on what goes on with litigation settlement and all that stuff, you might have to increase it, or in-house, you might be able to take care of it, but we don't know. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Further questions from colleagues on this item? Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your patience. This is the final item, so after we hear from the public, we will deliberate.
So in case you're really excited to hear what happens, stick around. Mr. Gormany, you may take your seat.
I think I'm all set.
All
right.
And thank you, sir, for, as always, for all your efforts to explain this information to us. We're grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a member of the public who wishes to testify on this item? Is there a member of the public who wishes to testify on this request? And for a third time, is there a member of the public who wishes to come forward right here and testify on this item? Seeing none, a motion is appropriate.
Mr. Chair,
Alder Hurt.
move that we close the public portion of this session.
Second.
The motion has been made to close the public portion. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing portion of this meeting is closed. And we have only one voting item. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Alder Hurt.
I move to make item 3.
Second.
The third item on our agenda has been moved and seconded. Discussion of this item. Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sit on the litigation settlement committee, so I see all the different litigations that come through. And the court system is being very aggressive right now. And I was glad that Ms. King stated that because I was going to get unqueued to say that. But also, I think we need to be very clear and aware that things are changing. Just this year, we didn't have 2 of the lawsuits that came through that's dealing with what we was dealing with in the 90s with the police. It's at least 2 more that will be coming through to the city. They just haven't received it yet. And that's what happened. You hear people talk about it, but until they receive it, they don't have it. So I think like we're gonna have to deal with this, and we're gonna be dealing with it for a while. Because we all know what was happening back then. And if anybody's following the paper and all of that stuff, everybody's coming home. So I think I'm definitely in favor of this because I see that the Corporation Counsel Office have been taking on more within their office, trying to do more of the litigation, but some of the cases that come before us is just too big for them to be able to handle. So I feel comfortable with the law firms that we have handling it because they get the best result that they can for the city. And that's our job, to get the best result. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers. Before I take further discussion, I think it's appropriate at this time to amend this item and do it in a number of ways. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe slowly and carefully what the changes I would like to see moved are. And then I'll ask somebody, hint, hint, to say, I move that amendment. And then we'll discuss that amendment. So if I direct your attention to the documents, the actual resolution, the last, 2 of the last pages in our book, in the packets that Don Hayden made for us. Not the last page, but the 2 pages before that, right? It's the actual legislation before us, the resolution. And so the changes are in response to the request from the administration, but there's also some wording changes that are going to be necessary and 1 punctuation change. I am a person who cares about details. So in the title, if you go down to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line, in the words that say, and finance lapsed salary account, in parentheses, it says $50,000. The amendment I would like to have someone move would change that to $54,000. Okay? If you go to the 3rd to last line of the title, which at the very end of that line, after the word Jordan,
and before Milano, in the next line, that needs to be a semicolon and not a comma, right? Because those are two different firms. They have to be separated by a semicolon. So that's the second change. If you go down to the 1, 2, 3, fourth whereas clause, fourth from the top. It says, whereas the legal service agreement for Bertram Moses, and then that long number, will be amended from 99,000 to 198,000 for fiscal year, et cetera. That second number should read 223,000. Okay? So that is the third change in the amendment I would like to see moved. And then finally, on the last page, there's two changes. This is the effective clause, now therefore be it ordained, right? This is like the most important part of the resolution. Section 1. You see in that second to bottom line, it says finance lapse salary account, and it says $50,000. It should say $54,000, like we changed it in the title. Changing it here is actually more important than changing it in the title, because this is the money part of the thought. And then finally, section 2, that language as it is presented to us is just grammatically not going to work. So instead of having it worded, let me tell you what the first of those would read, and then the others would read similarly. So instead of saying, now therefore be it ordained by the New Haven Board of Alders that, to amended Bertram Moses agreement from 99 to 198. But that doesn't make sense, does it? It should read that the agreement with Bertram Moses will be amended from $99,000 to $223,000. Right, so that's a grammatical change, and then it's updating the number. The next one would read that the agreement with Holler and Sage shall be amended from 99,500 to 149,500, etc. Right? Because grammatically, section 2 is incorrect, and I don't want legislation that actually doesn't say what it's supposed to say. So those are and so that change, that grammatical change, would go through all of those lines in section 2. Yes, Don.
By increasing it by $4,000, don't you need to increase the 800,000?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Don. So in addition to what I just said, hold on. Because it gives the total in the effective clause, but it doesn't give a total in the title.
Yes.
Where does it?
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so in the title, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th line, where it says $800,000, that should be changed to $804,000 in the title. And then in section 1 of the effective clause, the words $800,000 and 0 cents should be changed to $804,000 and 0 cents. And then the numerals in parentheses should be changed to $804,000 and 0 cents. Right? So we're making that change to reflect the bigger amount that's requested. We're changing the Bertram and Moses up to 223, and we're adding the semicolon where it's currently is comma, and then we're fixing the grammar in section 2. Don.
Do this. Which account are you increasing by $4,000?
We already said that, which is $50,000
Oh,
in the.
Okay, I got it.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. So those are the changes that I would like someone to move as an amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move changes for the, as amended.
Do you move an amendment to make the changes I just described?
I certainly do.
Okay. All right.
Second.
The amendment has been made to make the changes I just described. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion of the amendment?
To correct,
Alder Hamilton.
these amendments will correct the figures and the grammatical errors that's in this document and make it reader friendly.
Okay. I take that as a statement in support of the amendment.
Yes, I support the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The amendment passes. Now it's back to the discussion of the item as amended. Discussion of the item as amendment. Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair Marchand. I'm in favor of the items as amended to reflect the correct amount of $804,000 is what is being requested to accommodate all the law firms that are doing cases for the city of New Haven.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Further discussion of the item as amended. Hearing none, all in favor of making a favorable recommendation of the item as amended to the full Board of Alders, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. It will receive a favorable recommendation. So before a motion to adjourn is appropriate, let me just remind colleagues that our next meeting of the Finance Committee is 1 week from tonight. It is public hearing number 2. And we have departmental workshop number 2 featuring the Office of Disability Services, Fire Services, Police Services, Parks, and listed separately, Public Works. So it's an action-packed evening with some very substantial presentations from large operational departments, plus our second public hearing. That's a week from tonight. Okay, so.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion of the motion to adjourn? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The motion carries. We are adjourned. Simple. All right, we're done. Yes, on the screen, just turn off the recording.
And